It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guy's Tony Khan.
We just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing melts.
You know that Smackdown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know,
What's the point?
the point of Smackdown.
What are you getting at here?
The DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We have just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me have my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
You got to run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we have just secured the bag.
But, like, you got to promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. You'll be live on my favorite movie. Time. It's so great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
the best guy's Tony Khan.
To keep themselves safe.
Apparently, Maeda would go all over the world, and he would challenge people in circuses. That's where you fought. Dude, he was having MMA fights all over the world. He was famous. This is what Jean-Jacques told me. I think Kano was his master. Apparently, something like they didn't want him to take these fights in these circuses and stuff anymore. So he took a fight in Mexico, and he wore a mask so he wouldn't get busted. And he was the one who started the mask wearing in pro wrestling. Maeda started it.
Was it what they call it?
That's what Jean-Jacques told
me. Libre.
And now to the man of the hour. Can someone get him a vodka with Metamucil? Blonde, great in-ring wrestler, great on the mic, a womanizer, 16-time champion, but enough about Kurt Hennig. Ric Flair has been paid millions and millions and millions of dollars by Vince McMahon, and he didn't have to fuck him.
Well, folks, it's been a night to remember, but right now we are out of time. I'm Nick Diamond.
I'm Stone Cold Steve Austin.
And I'm Johnny Gomez. On behalf of all of us here at Celebrity Deathmatch, good fight, good night.
I look and see, it's not just me.
Jack, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see, it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown, I quit.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense, but it makes.
Well, yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling's always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
I look and see it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Wild. Yeah.
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah.
By Pro Wrestling Clips. Flutes are civil. Conan broke the internet with his Vikingo contract news, though. Everyone's saying he's going to WWE.
Well, they can say whatever they want. That's not happening right now, that's for sure.
Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday comes again. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday comes again.
綺麗な空気。体には細長が気持ちいいんです。日立のビッグフロー、ウェルネス。
What do we got? Super Day, Pro Wrestle Clips. Tony Khan has Camille and Megan Bayne sitting at home.
Ooh, what's happening, guys? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show. I am your host, the infallible Phil Marks, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. And I'm running a little bit behind here, but that's okay. That's how it is. I'm sure you enjoy the pre-show. Make sure you're hitting that like button, running those likes up as you enter. About 100 of you across both channels, which is awesome. So as everyone files in, I'm going to bibble and babble. How are you all doing? How are you all doing today? How are you all doing? Hope you're all doing well, chat. Let's see. Yeah, how you guys doing? We got a lot to get to today. My word. As you guys can see, we're already in the sicko segment. We're already in Phil Marks Big Marks. So make sure you guys file in, hit the like, say hello to each other. How y'all doing? It's Saturday. There's AEW Collision on. I've got UFC on. I gotta be honest. Okay, so there's a catchweight bout at 175 pounds between Veretennikov versus Austin Vanderford, who challenged for the Bellator title before making his UFC debut. And yeah, that's going on. So Yeah, and there's just a lot to get to. So we have Thunder Rosa, that whole debacle. We watched it live. However, we didn't really. I just thought it was a botch. It wasn't until after everybody pointed out, well, it looks like people are going into business for themselves there. So I watch it back, and of course, that's how it appears. And I've put together I did a little sleuthing myself, right? Something we talked about a long time ago on this show is Ivelisse and Thunder Rosa and their little mishap. And of course, Britt Baker and Thunder have had their problems. So we're going to recap all of that. We're going to talk about and figure out, there's a poll in the chat there. Do you guys think Megan Bayne, or do you guys think Thunder Rosa was in the wrong there? Like, who went into business for themselves? Did anybody? Was it just a miscommunication? Is Thunder Rosa fighting people for realsies? We will figure all of that out together. What else do we got? We have Dave Meltzer just melting down, lying, saying, look at telling people to defer to cage match ratings and all type of crazy shit. So we got to talk about that. The Rock came back. The final boss triggered everybody. Everybody triggered, okay? By the final boss. Whether good, bad, or indifferent, but that's the whole thing. We're talking about it, man. So we're going to talk about that a lot, too. I'm going to review TNA Live today. I'm going to review SmackDown. We got tons of news. We're inducting our newest fool onto the list, okay? As I just do a couple things off screen here. Let me see. Yeah, we have the Collision card here. Oh, this person has me blocked, so I can't add it to my fucking thing. Okay, so I'm going to add this to the AEW news folder, which I thought I had pulled up, so I apologize. As everyone files in, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the dislike button, leave a comment, do all that YouTube shit. Make sure you check out patreon.com/prowrestletimes. Make sure you guys check out the Patreon. So, for instance, when you guys, if you didn't see the live show where we did the watch along of the world's cheapest wrestler who gets a tryout with TNA wrestling, and like Nick Aldis, Kurt Angle's there, Chris Sabin at the end. However, this guy, I forget his name, it's like Matt Rivera or some shit, and he's like the world's cheapest wrestler, right? And we watched that along on the live show. So like I got struck down, I got flagged every second of that thing. So I clipped it, I put it up on Patreon, for instance. Well, it's dropping on Patreon tomorrow. I got it set for a time there. And so things like that, me watching Tough Enough, me reacting to different shit that YouTube would strike me for, just bonus content. If you want to support what I do, check out the Patreon. Consider becoming a member, 99 cents, or sending in a super chat. I'm going to check in with chat in a minute. If you want your name to be green there, I see those ones best. And yeah, I just appreciate you all. Or just hit the like or whatever. Yeah, these UFC fighters like got... So this Austin Vanderford, the fight I was plugging before, ended. And this Austin Vanderford guy won. And then people started brawling after the fighters tried to fight each other after, and everyone had to separate and shit. So that was pretty crazy. Sorry, guys, distracted a little bit. That was nuts. And they're chanting USA. They're in Seattle, right? Not the most patriotic of cities, but they're chanting at this other dude like, here, let me see what happens. So I'm just going to walk through. I'm sorry, guys. We're going to get into whatever I was talking about. I'm going to check with chat, but I got to. So Vanderford takes him down. So, guys, this guy's a very grapple-heavy. Paige Van Zandt. Sorry. Austin Vanderford is Paige Van Zandt, AEW wrestler, slap fighter, UFC. Everybody knows OF girl, Instagram model, right? Paige Van Zandt. She's an AEW wrestler. This is her husband. He was in AEW for a bit, right? So for like he made like 2-3 appearances. He just won in UFC, but he is an MMA fighter first, but he was kind of doing the pro wrestling thing, and he choked the guy. He beat the guy down, TKO'd him, and then after the fight, the guy that lost walked up and pushed him because he was sour grapes, and then Vanderford pushed him back, flipped him off, and then the crowd chanted USA. Pretty fucking epic way to kick off. You know what I mean? Pretty epic for a UFC debut. I mean, that's whack. We don't like to see that shit in MMA, But as a sports entertainer, wrestler guy, I'm like, oh yeah, now eyeballs are on this. Anyway, sorry. Let's get back to the pro wrestling here. Oh yeah, I'm sharing the wrong tab as well. I wanted to share the Collision card just so you all could see it. There you go. So, I mean, that'll be on too. I might throw that on another screen, or you guys can let me know, and I'll watch this later tonight. I'm more compelled by UFC. I'm not going to lie. This trios title match, I mean, bro, are you fucking kidding? Two of these guys haven't wrestled in like 2 years. Caster Open Challenge. You have Gabe Kidd is going to be an AEW. Yeah, I'd love to see that on Dynamite, or I don't know. This is just what Tony's going to do. He's going to wrestle this guy, make him feel meaningless, and then try and bring him in a year after the guy's already done matches, just like he did to Ospreay. Like, we were supposed to care about Ospreay when we already saw Ospreay in AEW a bunch. And then he was still wrestling indies after he made his announcement that he's going to be there. Gabe Kidd, same thing. What, you're going to bring him in, show us him a bunch, and then just sign him and be like, oh, the biggest free agent. Like, no, trash. Jericho Bandito, like, hey, you know, Aminata and Julia Hart's the best match on the card. Or, like, I don't actually know. Hologram and Mortis probably going to cook. You know, Hologram's not, like, the worst wrestler. Like, I actually like him. I like that whole, the idea of the gimmick and everything, but it's just the attire feels so cheap for what they could do with that, the whole gimmick of like, I'm the guy who, I don't know what the gimmick is. It's like, I'm a guy who comes through computers and the TV screen. I'm the hologram type, whatever. That dude could be really fucking cool. But they got to make the attire feel larger than life. It just looks like a shitty Halloween costume. I just got it. Like, look at Bandito, look at Mortis, and then you look at Hologram and you're like, all right. Looks like a fucking cheap Power Ranger costume. But anyways, let me check in with chat really quick. Plinian just gives me an old face there. Thank you, buddy. Be gone. I'm sure you got some homework to do or something. So no. Plinian, shout you out. George Capture, man, gifts 5 Pro Wrestle Clips memberships, man. Round of applause. Thank you. And guys, there's 160 watching. We're growing and growing as I babble here. The first 20, 30 minutes are always that way. But yeah, as you guys are joining on whatever channel you're on, hit the like button as well. It helps run the fucking. People are like, oh, you just beg for likes. You can dislike it too, bitch. Just click something down there. It helps the algo a bunch. Cleric of Chaos, may I have all, and thank you here, because I'm going to plug something here. Cleric of Chaos for 5 says, may all have a great warm metal weekend. Avoid getting conned by sickos. Take time to rest. You are loved and you will succeed. Holy shit. Thank you, bro. We appreciate that a lot, man. Yeah, I don't know what to give you for that. I don't know. But yeah, thank you very much, everyone. Round of applause for that great message. And yes, I hope everyone in the PWT universe is doing well, of course. And thank you, Cleric. And yeah, you reminded me too, Cleric. Thank you for super chatting in, because I had something. So him and I were talking privately. There's a show, or perhaps a couple shows here going on in Toronto that so on March 15 here, let me share this. So guys, you guys got to check this out. Supreme Jeans Entertainment presents Kurt Angle live on the Johnny Pro Show. This is March 15. Okay, you guys see the poster there, I hope. All right. And thank you here, Cleric. I'll move this off here. Thank you so much. And yeah, check this out, man. Lee's Place. There's a meet and greet with Kurt Angle. Also, here, I'm going to switch screens here because I have a DM open sharing these things. Also, so make sure you check that out. The same shit. It's going down Canada style right here. You guys can see this one. Okay, you guys see that? The Hurt Syndicate, the OGs with CVV, Giga Chad Van Vliet. This is in Toronto. The second next month. And so these are 2 different things going on. And also, I'm not, yeah, don't bank on this at all. I'm just saying, Cedric Alexander, I think he's free, or I think he's got, is he on a 90-day thing? Chat, let me know. Don't be surprised if he just shows up on AEW is what I'm saying. Maybe not at this thing, okay? But you guys know what I'm saying? Like, don't be shocked when we see the full, complete Hurt Syndicate in like an AEW or something, you know? And honestly, yeah, they're going to do good things. They're going to win trios championships. Cedric's going to win TNT titles, all that. But yeah, I wanted to plug these because we got to promote Canada. And I know like the least amount of my audience is Canadian. Honestly, it's funny because I'm from Canada, but it's mostly Americans and then UK folk and then like all over the world. And then Canada's like in third place there. So anyways, got to plug it. Got to do it for the fam. You know what I mean? Got to do it for... Got to shill that Maple Leaf wrestling out there, not just Maple Leaf Pro. And I'll plug those again later in the show. Anyways, guys, STG212's been a member for Put Some Respect on Phil Marks. Man, they ain't never going to
acknowledge me.
But that's okay. And it's also, too, because people, like, a lot of times, like, people on X and shit will, like, refer to me as if I'm, like, a dirt sheet. You know, I'm not. It's so funny, though. And so, like, people can clown that, and rightfully so. But I don't present myself that way. But if I get presented that way, right? But we're just over here talking shit, so I never get the respect. By the way, F American signed a proud Canadian. Yeah, here. And I just want to read here with those plugs. Sorry, I had to open the I didn't want to, like, tweet those out because that's not my place. You know, those posters there, it's not, I didn't like get, I don't know if I got this, so I didn't want to like tweet those posters out, but I had the okay to share them for sure. And then I just wanted to read like, yeah, there's meet and greets, there's autographs, all that stuff. And Cleric might go to both as well. So if you want to meet up with Cleric, who's a great member of the PWT universe here, yes, and that's, I think, everything that I wanted to convey there. Amazing. Yeah, and then the 15th of March, Kurt Angle. So those are two different things on the 2nd and the 15th there. Hurt Syndicate, Kurt Angle. Okay, anyways, though, guys, let's go. What are we diving? I want to go into sickos first. You guys want to know why? Here, let me check in here with chat. Okay, STG212. I'm Canadian. Mr. Marks, the best guy is not Tony Khan. The best buddy is not Tony Khan, guys.
Best guy is Tony Khan.
Yeah, you know what? Good. Welcome. Go to that thing if you're in the Toronto area. I need to get into sickos, STG12, okay? But there you go. I gave you the sound. Okay, here we go. Sickos. It is time for our sicko segment because we've been ducking it for the last couple shows. So we're going to go through some random stuff here. Pardon me. And then it's going to come back to our newest fool. We're going to induct our newest fool. I'm going to make this quickly, okay? So people got fucking mad at Nick Nemeth and David LaGreca. We covered it on the last show, but Will Ospreay was like, apologize, bruv. And then everyone, if you looked under the replies to Will Ospreay, everyone's like tagging fucking LaGreca. And you piece of shit, you fucking shill, apologize. You're fucking wrong. And it's like, man, what's wrong with being wrong about giving a hot take about something like, oh, the crowd's gonna boo or some shit, and then you're wrong about that? That's not an apologize offense, right? If I go, man, Doncic is gonna score fucking under 30 this game, and then he scores 45, that's not an apologize offense. It's just like a hot take. Oh, man, in Game of Thrones in this episode, I bet you fucking, you know, this mother, I can't say their goddamn names. I'm not a big Game of Thrones mark, but it's like Targaryen's going to murk this guy, and then he gets his head cut off, and then it's like, is that an apology offense? No, bro, you're just talking shit. So Nemeth, you know, this guy's like, well, Dave LaGreca, Nick Nemeth, it's been 8 hours. You both gonna apologize yet, or do you want to admit you both know nothing about wrestling? That's what this fucking no guile but Kyle scoops for wrestling said. So you're a fucking dumb mark. And we played this on the show. I'll just show you like again
so
quickly.
Nothing's gonna be Kyle Fletcher, right? Got to get him involved in the match because he's from Australia. So nothing's going to be better than your baby faces in your heels and everybody cheering your heels because Kyle Fletcher is from Australia. Does anybody in that company think? Like, do they?
Over tackle of his own. Whoa, listen to that response.
So they booed him. and good work. Kyle Fletcher's a good fucking
your baby face.
I'd sign him if I had a Fed. If I was WWE, I'd scoop him up 100%. He's got size. You know, if you reel what he does in, he doesn't even go too crazy. It's just when he's in matches with people like Ospreay, he goes overboard. But when he's just wrestling guys, you know, he doesn't go too crazy. But anyways, and then I don't like him copying Orton's shit. I just think anytime you play to the marks in a way that isn't how Drew McIntyre does it, you're fucking up. But pretty much Drew's like the limit. If you play to the marks the way Drew does, you're good. Beyond that, it's cringe, you know, unless you're like working them into thinking something so you can swerve them. But anyways, though, Nemeth is like, what would you like me to apologize for? Laughing and having a good time while talking wrestling? Nah, I'm good. Boom! You fucking freaks. You apologize for being so insane. Anyways, Evil Dose gets into it with this Vinny Massaro guy, right? A grappler. Okay, and this guy's like, unless you've helped set up a ring, wrestled in it, and then taken it down, you can't talk about ring size. And this is in reference to the AEW Grand Slam ring. Dose is like, that's stupid. I assume you've never criticized a coaching decision, complained about your meal, commented unfavorably about a movie, TV show, or said a song sucks, etc. Wrestling is not a sacred cow. Scared crow. I'm dyslexic, guys. It's the start of the show. I need more caffeine. Yeah, sacred cow. I was saying scared crow. Oh my God. I'm a dummy, guys. Let's go. We're gonna rewind. No, we can continue along here.
Master need to obliterate.
Shout out Julia Gulia. But yeah, so then he responds, he's like, giving your opinion on the things you like or don't like is one thing. Giving specific opinions on things, only a chat, only a select few know is another. I don't say the food was bad because they used the wrong stove. No, but you could point at it and say, yo, you used the wrong stove. You'd be like, yo, son, you're supposed to fry this, not fucking broil it or whatever, you know? You could point to that as a reason though, right? And then this guy's like, it's stupid. I'm not an equipment manager for MLB either, but if they use beanbags for bases and metal bats, I'm able to point that out. Eyes work. Seeing rings over 50 years doesn't require input. Them together. This war against fans to defend poor planning is odd. He says, you keep saying it's stupid, but then you keep helping my point. There's no war on fans. It's not that serious. And then Dose is like, you have no point. Protecting a promotion that pays a lot at expense of workers, safety, and doesn't employ you is an interesting position. You are right. It isn't that deep. Yeah, Dose, I know. It's funny when people try and cop out. Like they post some shit like this, and then you like point out why what they're saying is flawed, and then it's like, oh, well, it's not that deep, man. Why do you even care? And it's like, well, because we're on the fucking tweet stuff out app, where you say something, then I say something, then you say something, then I say something again. What don't you understand about that? It's crazy. But anyways, this account needs to be reported. At AEW Supremacy, this guy just had a super uber racialist meltdown, calling people N-words left, right, and center. And yeah, I don't want to show it on screen too long or repeat any of this stuff, but at AEW Supremacy, just one of those accounts that yeah, I mean, if I do agree with reporting an account that, let's say, just it's created to just like pretend to be an AEW fan and be racist to everyone, you know, that's kind of fucked. So yeah, like, see, this is an instance of this as well. Someone goes, you guys remember this story, right? Where I tweet this out. Nothing funnier than Fightful taking credit for a Kevin Owens tweet. Journalism. Right? So Kevin Owens tweeted out, hey, if you guys support my daughter's Girl Scout cookies, I'll stay on the WWE roster for 4 years, whatever. And then Fightful tweeted out, like, we can confirm Kevin Owens is signed to WWE, re-signed or whatever. And then, you know, I talked about on my show, that's sort of like when Scott Hall passed away, RIP, and WWE tweeted out, like, we're, you know, distraught to learn of the passing of fucking Razor Ramon. And then Sean Sapp commented underneath, like, Fightful can confirm that we can confirm that Hall did in fact pass away. Like WWE didn't know. So ridiculous. So I pointed that out, and then somebody, the Upswitch, I don't even know who this is or if I follow them. Let's see. I don't follow them. 0 following, 0 followers. This is what I mean. This is like got to be a troll too. But this person's like, so PWT is lying and that wasn't you that sent him the message asking for credit? You what? Yeah, what? And I can't reply to this shit because it's with SAP and I'm blocked. Not only that, but you went on your Fightful account and went into the thread and blocked everyone replying on that thread. So, like, this is what I mean. Here's conspiracy theories on me trying to drum up shit with me and Sap. He has me blocked, brother. And I don't really know what this guy's saying. Like, I don't know. I never said Sap sent Owens a message and Sap never DM'd me. Like, he did a long time ago. And then I ignored him and he just blocked me after a while. And then he, like, unblocked me. It was like, so you're just going to ignore me? And then I kept ignoring him. And then he just blocked me again. So, I don't know. Like, this is what I mean. I'll always get hated on, bro. There's no winning this sicko war. That's why I don't engage in sicko wars, really. You know, I just laugh at the folk. So here's AEW Supremacy, this racialist guy. He's like, Trick Williams is one of the most overrated POS of all time. Oh my God, huge KO just went down, guys. You need to be watching this UFC. All finishes. One of the most exciting cards. Right, I'm over here watching. See, I'm botching right now whenever I get distracted. I'm over here reading Scarecrows. So I'm watching guys bang it out. Anyways, and he's like, nothing felt better than seeing an N-word get, like, I don't even want to say that stuff. Fuck this guy, report that account. So here's some more Canadian, not good indie news. So I had to look into this because I followed a bunch of people that are involved in this as far as like the wrestlers, like Ashley Gomez here, Sway Archer, like some of the people involved in this posting this, I follow and shit. And this Winnipeg She's Wrestling. So this is my first time ever hearing of this. And I heard the clip and I'm like, I need context. So I kind of sleuthed around a bit. And what this is like a Winnipeg based, I guess, wrestling podcast. And the guy talking here is a promoter. So a bunch of these wrestlers are like canceling this dude. Now, I won't lie. This is distasteful. Now, when I first heard it, I was like, oh, this guy's just thirstcast. Like, we thirstcast here over ladies and fellas sometimes in the chat, okay? Here at PWT. So I was like, what's wrong with thirstcast? But it turns out this guy's like booking the people, and this guy's on his pod. He's the booker. He owns the Fed, and he's talking about like, man, these fucking women piss break. Hey? And then he's just listen to this, and then he's like hiring Megan Bayne to come to his territory, his Fed. And he's like, yeah, I can't wait to check her out, man. Wow. You know, like, just listen to this shit. It's pretty inappropriate considering there's a business relationship there. You guys get what I'm saying? So this just is fucking funny. And in Canadian indie news, this is all the rage right now.
He's Sparks.
Yes.
Against who was her?
So these guys talking, like the dude talking books these ladies, I guess, right? And this guy, Sway Archer's like, so Mike from UW 204, I hold my tongue on a lot of shit, not on this, though. I don't know where you get off shitting on women's wrestling, objectifying them, saying there's too many women's matches on a card, and you're a promoter, but you're only booking them to drool. Like, you know what I mean? He books these women he's talking about and shit, and he's like, oh, I can't wait to see Megan Bayne. She's just something else. Like, he just booked her to stare at her. I don't know. Listen.
Her opponent now.
Ava Lawless.
Ava Lawless, yeah.
And it was kind of flat.
Yeah.
It was just in the popcorn spot, right? There wasn't a lot of heat. And listen, I can watch Silesia Sparks run around the ring in those little pants all night long.
Yeah.
You know,
Let me tell you, though, you are really nuts as a wrestling booker promoter on an indie show, putting 3 matches on a heavy card, 3 ladies matches on a heavy card. Nope. Law of diminishing returns.
Yeah.
You by the time you use Sparks.
Yeah. You know what I'm going to do this Thursday night at the night the game changed?
Look at Megan Bayne, drool a little bit.
Eat an inordinate
Like, that's the guy who booked her, I'm pretty sure.
about a steak.
Oh my gosh, she is something else. I can't wait to see her. You know what I'm going to
I can't wait to see her. Jesus Christ. I don't know. Guys, just fucking chill, boys. Fuck, man. Yeah, I don't know. It's just crazy to, especially when you're in, if you're like the boss, and if the roles are reversed too. If you're like a female boss, and then you're just, oh yeah, I'm gonna book Hendry so I can stare at his dick. You know, like, you don't do that. But yeah, dude, that was everybody's like, cancel them. I don't know if that's like cancelable, but it's definitely, I wouldn't work for that dude. Mark Hendry responds to some sicko. So I'll take you back here, right? Mark Hendry goes, okay, Mr. Jacob, speaking to his son. Do I follow his son? Good. I see you making a name for yourself. And then he tags like WWE, NXT, TNA, OU Athletics, Busted Open, etc. And then this guy at Scalevra2 says, why not tagging AEW as well? You can't do it anymore because the E said no. And then, yeah, Henry just owns him. He's like, no, he has an NIL deal with the E, as you call it. Respect for them. Is that okay with you? Like, he signed a WWE, bro. Here we go. Awful Wrestling destroyed fucking Brandon Thurston, I guess. The dude deleted the post, so I wanted to read his post, but he deleted this story, like just the story entirely. Awful sums up what Thurston has to say. In essence, Brandon discovered that in the first 5 shows, Netflix actually listed lower viewership numbers for Raw 4 out of the 5 times. Only once did Netflix pump the number. Now, I can't read you what WrestleNomics said because it's fucking deleted. Okay, but what WrestleNomics did was put together this huge report, this big old fucking report doing Steiner Meltzer math, right? About, and this is what Meltzer talked about. Oh, well, they pumped up the numbers. And basically, he waited till Thurston put this shit out, and then Dave ran with it after, even though it's wrong and it proves nothing. And as everyone pointed out, and as Awful pointed out, it just proves that this right here, when you actually break it down, okay? So now we don't have it in front of us, what Thurston put together, because he deleted the whole shit because of Awful. Awful with big W's this month, in the month of February, dude. Black History Month, Awful making history, okay? And Awful says, in essence, though, so what Thurston did is he pointed out how he crunched the numbers and showed you week by week and pointed out how in the 5th week, Netflix may have pumped the numbers up a little bit for Raw. That may have been legit, okay? But what it proved is that they actually delivered lower numbers. So, like, we got the numbers we know for, like, the first Raw. And the one everyone's like 30% decrease and all this shit. The first 4 weeks were actually higher than what Netflix said, guys. So I don't know what those are anymore because Thurston deleted it. I don't know if someone logged them, perhaps MJ from NJ. However, what I'm gathering from this, reading it over, and I did actually read Thurston's thing over before it was erased. But yeah, he got owned for it, man. Awful pointed this out, and then people jumped on him like, yeah, basically like the numbers, even like Meltzer was running with in his, they plump up the numbers. No, the first 4 weeks or whatever were larger or than they let us know. Sorry. So they released like a smaller number. And then this 5th week, they may have actually plumped it up or whatever. And then, but Thurston just proved by proving the one negative, he proved these 4 other positives for if you were to argue the case for WWE. And of course, that's a negative for him because he's an AEW shill. And to me, this shit proves it. When he deletes the whole thing, just leave it up. If it's hard data, if it's real shit, if you didn't fuck up the numbers, leave it up. MJ from NJ was on our show, was on my show this other week, right? Ours, because you're the PWT universe. You're with me here, okay? It's our fucking shit. Listen. MJ comes on. He realizes live, oh, I fucked up this number. So then he fucking corrected it and tweeted out his correction or whatever. That's all you got to do. Thurston didn't even have to make a correction. He would just have to acknowledge, oh, I fucked up, and proved that actually Netflix gave lower numbers for WWE at the start. But he won't fucking do that. Yeah, guys, 213 of you in the chat, 62 likes. Let's run those the fuck up. Okay, let's get those up, or else Jericho's gonna visit us. Ray J's World for 10. Let's fucking go. Cody promos like Star Wars Cody fave franchise. Rock is Palpatine while Cody is Anakin. Homelander Cody incoming. Why is the best guy Tony Khan? To Dave Meltzer. Well,
The best guy's Tony Khan.
You made a statement. So your first statement, yeah, eventually evil Cody Rhodes is going to come. Yeah, maybe it's evil Cena. People were theorizing. I think Cody turns evil on Cena. That's how you get the most heat on him, because you got to think Cena's going to be gone, and then Cody's still going to get a couple years of a heel run out of him, and then he's going to retire, and then we're going to all thank him and be like, Hall of Fame, and and then he'll be like the cool veteran guy again or whatever, the cool legend we respect. But yeah, he's got to go heel one time. This isn't like a Cena thing. He's got to go heel one time again in the WWE, because it will go like hotcakes. And like Cody heel versus Roman babyface main event WrestleMania one time, we got to get that. No, we had it the other way twice. We got to get that one time. You know what I mean? That dynamic, him with a crew taking on like Punk with a crew, taking on like the Bloodline as baby faces, shit like that. I love it, man. Let's fucking do it. And Cody could have a crew of heels. Like he could bring up Starks, and Paige could be like his heel legacy guys, the way him and DiBiase were with Orton. He could do something like that, man. Yeah, so much good stuff. We're going to talk about TNA and SmackDown right after this sicko segment. We're going to review them. Thank you so much, by the way, as well. Oh, and then why is the best guy Tony Khan? Because fucking you guys know why, man. I don't got a cha-ching sound, but Dashing Purpool gifted a Pro Wrestle Clips membership.
Thank you,
My
fuck
God.
you, bye, boom.
Hopefully our biggest hater got it, Purpool. And thanks for being here, buddy. And then Ray J's World again says Thurston Howell III knows WWE rating like Gilligan and Skipper get lost in a store. That's a throwback, bro. Right? I don't know how many people in chat know Gilligan's Island. Listen, dude. Thank you so much. And yeah, he deleted this shit. So that just proves awful right, in my opinion. I'd love to break it down. I wanted to like go over it and see what you guys thought, if awful was right or whatever. So Jose, I'm back. Is the intro over yet? Yeah, you missed Jericho singing. That was the best part. Okay. So yeah, Thirsty Thurston, man. Thurston for a fucking scoop, and it didn't work out too well for him. Drain Bamager says the MJF Hangman promo went 23 plus minutes, making it one of the longest segments in Dynamite history. AEW becoming a promo company again. Great at whatever. Now, here's the problem. This is the same motherfucker who we've looked at on the show complaining with stopwatch times of like only 38 minutes of wrestling. But then when it becomes the promo shit, then it's this great stuff. And why? Like, because it's a fucking TV show, bro. That's what I say every goddamn week. It's a TV show. You got to have the drama. You got to have people cutting back and forth and talking shit. And, yeah, these are the same people who complain when there's like, oh, that intro was 40 minutes on Raw. The Rock and Cody segment was 30 minutes. People just eat this up. They'll eat anything up. But then they love 25-minute long fucking promo battles when it happens in AEW. This is what turns people off of the shit. It's like, I don't want to be I don't want to be fucking associated with people who can't stay goddamn consistent like that in their critiques of this shit. Jose, is this someone's burner? No. Everyone says it's someone in AEW's burner. You know what I mean? Whose is it? But yeah, dude, whatever. We just got to point that out, the hypocrisy, okay? Because that shit is, unless we fucking say something, it ain't ever gonna, people are gonna keep taking shit like that serious. But yeah, I mean, we're Hangman and MJF cooking a little bit. The problem is that they're both like tweeners, man. People want to chant he's our scumbag, but then he's like healing on them. And then Hangman Page is burning houses down and stabbing people in Minecraft with fucking hypodermic needles. and shit. And then he's, and then he's retiring Daniels, in death matches and healing on him, and then coming on TV and being like, but Chris Daniels had respect for the, and it's like, who are we supposed to cheer for? You're both assholes, That's my problem with it. But otherwise, yes, let them go. Okay. AEW is starting to pick up a little bit, man, especially with the story stuff. That's what we need. Less of the Mox copying Roman stuff, which we're going to talk about. But anyways, we'll talk about that in AEW news. Here's Wrestling Mark on Blue Sky. He goes, I hope one day AEW gets the praise and acknowledgement it deserves, because I couldn't imagine any other wrestling company putting on 4 successive shows that were this good and people still gagging to find negatives instead of just praising brilliance. Now, I wouldn't say it's brilliance. That's the problem too. We can't give it A++. 4 great shows after a string of like 40 fucking bad ones, man. And what I'm trying to say is this. Megan Bayne, tremendous match with Statlander. I think one of the best women's matches in the history of AEW on television, TV match-wise, to me. I love that match so much. Then the Thunder Rosa fuckery happens. What the fuck is going on? Megan Bayne, I don't know if she went into business for herself. Always, like, whenever you put something over, there's always something to take it one step backwards. You know what I mean? 1 step forward, 2 steps back, let's just say. And it's just unfortunate, man, because you can't call a show brilliant when that happens, though, either. And yes, we're talking about it, but not for the right reasons. Like, people are talking about the Rock shit for the right reasons. Yo, is Cody going to be corporate Cody? Is The Rock just trying to muscle his way into a match? It's the same shit we had last year, and look how big and hot, and look at the vibe from last year's Mania. In this instance, we're talking about, are these people unprofessional? You have wrestlers calling out Megan Bayne now already, being like, she's an unprofessional indie worker and shit. Like, veterans, it's like, come on, man. It just looks bad. It doesn't help anybody. It just lowers everybody. Why we got to lower everybody all the time with shit like that? And I get it. People take shit into their own hands. Why does everybody in AEW feel comfortable taking shit into their own hands and slapping people and shit? You know what I mean? The fuck is going on, man? Someone's just got to have, Brian Alvarez talks about no production meetings. There's got to be like a strong leader somewhere, but AEW gets hate just for existing. I mean, so does WWE. So does Heinz Ketchup. So does fucking Superman. So does everything, bro. That's not, it's when the criticisms are valid. When the criticisms are invalid, dismiss that shit. When the criticisms are valid, you digest them, even if they suck, Jody Threat, though, just to add on to this whole indie Canadian wrestling Fed controversy, Jody Threat, TNA talent, says, from my understanding, in addition to this promoter, a worker named Shane Madison is one of the speakers here too. This man is on shows and in theory sharing change rooms with female wrestlers. It's unacceptable. Sadly, even after all the conversations and the movement, well, what's unacceptable? Him checking out. I get it. Here's the thing. Yeah, you can't be like booking women and saying the shit and saying you're checking them out and shit. I get that. And if the roles were reversed too, totally. Because as soon as there's like an exchange of like money or like a position, like positions are established, when you're just like 2 people at the bar checking each other out, okay, that's a different thing. If you're 2 people even who might even work around each other, you start dating, that's another thing. But like, yeah, the dude booking it being like, I just can't wait to stare at Megan Bayne, bud. So sadly, even after all the conversations, the movement, that shit still happens more commonly than we'd like to admit. Props to Sway Archer for seeing trash and calling it out. Yeah, I don't know, man. We'll see what comes of that. I mean, I'm not for like people losing their jobs and fucking cancel the whole Fed, give the guy a chance to apologize or whatever, I guess, to who he should. Maybe to something it could be private too. But I mean, yeah, going on the podcast when you're hiring, when you're like, I can't wait till Megan Bayne comes to my Fed so I can just stare at her tits kind of thing. It's like, yeah, fucking maybe don't say that. So here's Drain Bamager again. So here's the problem, dude. Here's his energy now, right? NXT, one of the best like story-driven, character developing stories. If that's what you're into, television shows rather, in pro wrestling, if that's what you're into, is like seeing people develop, seeing stories be fleshed out and take their time, like come to fruition, to see like what the end goal is for people, NXT is the best place because you're watching people get better each show. You're watching people develop. You're watching them learn how to tell stories and stuff. And then you have someone like Shawn Michaels guiding them, which he really knows what he's fucking doing. Let's be honest. The greatest in-ring storyteller, probably one of them of all time. And then, I mean, you're in WWE, you're surrounded. I mean, they've been doing this for so long, right? As far as like telling the stories, you have old man Vince out of there. It's easier. But anyways, so Drain Bamager, when it comes to NXT though, so he's putting over the storytelling and the promos and shit over in one company, over in NXT land, where there's this huge initiative to just bury everything NXT's doing, even though it's the future of pro wrestling, man. But Drain Bamager's like, nobody would have watched fucking NXXXT. So what is that? Like, is he triggered by the ladies? I don't get it. Like, what's with the XXXT? If people didn't already spoil Revolution all over the effing timeline last night. So he's mad that people watched NXT because people spoiled Revolution, but people spoil everything, every WWE taping as well. There's fucking spoilers. You can't even put out a Marvel movie anymore. As soon the day it comes out, someone tweets out screen grabs that they took in the fucking theater. That's how obnoxious people are these days, man. Everything gets spoiled. Timeline last night. I promise you, I'm so tired of people leaking shit and overlooking the greatest wrestling promotion of all time. This isn't New Japan. Give me a fucking break. Fuck Fed fans. The greatest wrestling promotion of all time. A 5-year-old trending super downwards indie vibe fed. That's what I mean, bro. Oh, God. God damn it. It's like, do you even want it to be the greatest of all time? Because in order to do that, you got to go WWE Light. I wanted an alternative, bro. It wasn't about being the greatest of all fucking time, bro. It was about challenging WWE and putting them on their back foot, man. God damn it. I'll check in with chat in a minute here. Why are the sickos so fixated on 1 million, and where are they getting that number? So Fightful says AEW Grand Slam Australia draws over 500,000 viewers on cable TV with NBA All-Star Saturday lead-in. Randy Perkins, considering a vast majority AEW fans watch on Max, that's a lie. Then easily over 1 million viewers for. So that's a lie. We broke it down. There's absolutely no way Max even contributes. I don't know. MJ from NJ fucking came on here last show. He pulled up numbers. He crunched numbers. He found out what the top 10 on Max does. Like if you're number 10, what like the highest number 10 did or whatever. So AEW ain't touching that. And so again, it's maybe like 50,000 people watching over there. But yeah, it's funny because they're all just saying 1 million, 1 million, 1 million. It's like, I thought the no milli didn't matter. Even me. I'm like, awful. You still doing the no milli thing, right? I don't pay attention to the no milli. I've gotten the million out of my head a long time ago. I thought the ratings don't matter, folks. But no, now you're seeing the energy change as we predicted it would, because it's on streaming and we won't ever know the fucking numbers. And I said it. I hope this goes away, but I fear it'll get worse because now people can just make shit up. Okay? There's no million people watching Dynamite right now anywhere in the world in any timeline, okay? It could get there, but I don't know, man. And it was good that they drew over what they did, but it was like if you crunch the numbers, if you chop off the lead-in and the overrun, that's their true number, okay? It was like a little higher than average, which is like 350,000 now, okay? So, again, we can't be dishonest about where shit's at. Again, another reason why we can't be. Because if Tony's listening to the dirt sheets and Tony Khan's listening to Twitter and Twitter marks, he's going to keep putting shit on Collision that should just be on Dynamite because Collision's going to get rampaged in the next 2 years. I guarantee it. 3-year TV deal. When this one's up, if Collision doesn't do better than 350,000 on average, like they've been doing, it's going to get axed too. And that's what I don't want to have happen. God damn it. Okay. Anyways, Nick Nemeth, catching up on Busted Open. Clip hate. Some of you are mad at people having different opinions. I love laughing and discussing wrestling, giving my opinion and welcoming anyone else's. True that, bro. Must be because I'm secretly paid by whichever wrestling company you personally hate the most. Exactly. You're an E-drone when it suits them. You're a fucking dub fan. You're a sicko when it suits them. So... Big Trouble Ben Bishop. This guy was in the NHL as like a goalie. Now he's an indie wrestler. He wrestled in AEW a couple times. Kind of green, you know. He's getting his work down. He's really funny at making like sketches with the veteran Jack Vaughn and stuff like that recently. Or like in the same vein, they did one together recently. And I think that's what this is a reaction to. Yeah. So this Roderick guy goes, oh, wow. So I guess this is how you make money in the business. Now I understand why Big Ben is so successful despite not having any match rated at cage match while being wrestling since 2020. Apparently, these fucking sickos give a shit about cage match, bro. You fucking mark! Oh my God. So let's watch this. Here's
thing. Fun to be around. I'm going to make a great video today because I'm good enough.
Here's like him roasting people in the IWC and wrestlers.
I'm going to make a great video today because I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and doggone it, people like me. Hey folks, it's me, Ben Bishop. And I want to make amends for the video that I made yesterday, where I said that making money in the professional wrestling business was more important than one person's star rating. Now I assumed that many of you would have understood the context. But you know what they say about assuming? You make an ASS out of you and me. So I'm going to take accountability for my actions. And instead of packing my ball and going home, or burning my boots, which some of you might like, instead, I want to reach out and let you all know that I am so incredibly appreciative of you. And I'm envious that you've all found a community where you can share hatred and visceral passion for anybody that has a differing opinion than you. Internet wrestling community, I wish you all the best. Keep that passion, keep that energy, and remember, always keep the shades on. The sun never sets on a cool guy.
Oh man, he's so good. He's so just, I mean, I love that. Just taking the piss for sure. And then Big Ben responds and goes, insulting someone and saying they are not successful because they don't have a match rated on cage match has got to be the dorkiest insult I've ever heard. Kudos to you, Roderick. Jeepers. So Suit Williams, we're going to get back to him. Okay. I'm sure you guys know why. So Baydala says today on the Coach and the Bro show, the coach rule stated that Shane McMahon during the meeting that he asked for with Tony Khan, Shane asked for equity in the company and Shane wanted to come in and run the entire show. So here's what Baydala had to say with the worst take. Here's my take on the situation. The worst take. Okay. So he goes, here's my take on the situation, comments made by Coachman this afternoon. I believe there's some truth to the idea that Shane asked for equity in AEW. Yeah, me too. I think Shane just Paul Heyman'd him. So this is Phil's take now. I think that fucking, if anything, Shane was like, yeah, I'll come in, but I have to own everything and control everything and run everything. Because he knew Tony Khan would never go for that. That's what Paul Heyman did to TNA, right? I could see that happening too. Or none of this shit happened at all. But anyways, Baydala goes on to say, it's a smart business move and gaining equity would significantly benefit him. Making a high initial ask is a common negotiation tactic to gauge the situation. Thanks, businessman Baydala. Anyways, he goes, however, I can't comment on specific numbers since only those involved would know the actual ask and potential counteroffer. Ugh, stop adding shit to make it sound like you know more than you do. Tony Khan has publicly stated his desire to keep AEW private and pass it down to his children. Yeah, like 3 days ago. I'd be surprised if he's willing to give up any majority equity. He wouldn't. The part I find hard to believe is that Tony ghosted Shane. Now, this is where it's the worst part. So to Baydala, out of all of this shit, none of the stuff he said before, but the hardest part for him to believe is Tony ghosted Shane after the meeting. Based on my interactions with him and what I've heard from others, I don't see that as accurate. Baydala, you keep doing this. It's why you're on the list. You self-insert yourself. You self-insert yourself into a situation, okay? And then you make yourself look fucking stupid. That's how you made the list in the first place.
You just made the list!
Right? You keep doing this. So here's how we know that you haven't heard shit from anybody, because everyone says Tony ghosts them. And he says, I don't see that as accurate. I've been advised by multiple people within the company to take Coachman's statements with a grain of salt. So you've been advised by multiple people within AEW, but you're not an AEW shill, but you've been advised by people in AEW to take Coachman's statement with a grain of salt, and you never heard anybody say that Tony's ghosted them and your experiences with him. You insert yourself in this and then basically admit you're a fucking shill by saying I was advised by people. Who gives a fuck? Who cares? Right? And then you insert yourself and go, well, based on my interaction, what I've heard from others. Well, Bay Dallas, should we talk about what we've heard from others? So Big Swole didn't say Tony ghosted her. CM Punk didn't get ghosted by Tony. Right? Pillman Jr. didn't say he got ghosted by Tony. Right? Slim, what was that guy's name? Slim Jim? That dude who was like, man, I didn't make enough money and all this shit. He said he got ghosted. You want to talk about the people who got fucking ghosted, man? What do you mean? Everybody says Tony ghosts them. I'm sure chat will come up with a bunch of them too that I didn't just say. Okay? Multiple people. So it's pretty ridiculous to me. That's like the rumor of what Tony does. The boy Kevin Kelly was ghosted by HR after being ghosted by Tony and shit. Right? How many people have come out and specifically said he just ghosts people? Or Ray Phoenix ghosted. He didn't know what's going on. He thought his contract was coming up. All of a sudden his contract's frozen. He still never talked to Tony Khan. Ricky Starks is ghosted. Miro. Well, I don't know if Miro was ghosted. I think he was just turning shit down. But all I'm saying is, bruv, no. Everyone says that's what happens to them specifically. And then you go, well, I never heard that. Well, you're being advised by people there. Right? Because his defense would be like, I don't work. How am I a shill? Well, you're talking like you work there, bro. Holy shit, man. Stop inserting yourself in shit and then looking stupid. So Elboo, backup Hangman, says, I love you guys. You know who you are. The space changed the course of my life and gave me so much. The sentiments from all the kind messages I'd received are reciprocated because you mean as much to me as I seem to mean a lot to of you. I've made friends, lost friends, made enemies, so on and so forth. But I've always been a DM away. I've never had an ego about being criticized. Most of the people on here are helpful, reasonable, and good people. I'll continue to be the best version of myself, but with a renewed sense of responsibility. God damn, man. These guys take themselves so fucking seriously, bro. You're a clown. Do you know that? I can't even remove it. It's in the graveyard 5 ever now. You're a fucking clown, Ebu. So here, speaking of clowns, here's Cultaholic melting down about this Ring debacle. Like, again, it's so weird if you talk about the Ring. It's so dumb if you talk about the Ring. Meanwhile, who's saying that? All the mainstream media guys, all the gatekeeper media guys are talking about it, and the wrestlers are the ones talking about it more than anybody. Okay, so here's them coping over this Ring. I'm checking in with chat. Sorry, guys.
But I can't believe that so many wrestlers, wrestling person.
Okay, I didn't actually watch this before. And you are wrestling personalities, so you can't believe it. But then you bring it up because you got to get your clicks off it too. You're not better than any of us, bro. This is virtue signaling bullshit. Even this guy doesn't believe you. Look at this smile on his face. Like, what are you lying right now, bruv? And but at least he does call out the wrestlers for it because that they need to be called out. They're like, it's so why would you talk about the Ring? every wrestler that weekend, you know?
But I can't believe that so many wrestlers, wrestling personalities, people within the industry getting so upset by something so bafflingly minor. But I can't believe that so many wrestlers...
Oh, it just loops there. Moving along. So... Elbu goes, AEW is putting out a product that is making their audience broadly happy and excited for significant portions of 2024. This was not the case. Levesque's audience saw him as a savior upon arrival, and the WWE audience was generally really happy with the product for most of his tenure until the start of this year. It's going to be interesting to see how they navigate this. If he and his team opt to arrogantly dismiss this, it would reek of the previous regime with how they would double and triple down on things and proceed with extreme disdain for their own audience. And yeah, I just wrote Elbu and these sickos are trying to take victory laps after 3 decent shows for AEW standards, which means like a C+, and 1 fake dirt sheet story from a publication that removed his goofy ass after 2 weeks. Cook them! Ugh. More Elbu, dude. God damn. Elephant in the room. The self-made Discord was the best Oh my god, I'm not reading this, Elbu. Holy shit. So he's trying to say that the self-made Discord, don't aggregate, do not aggregate. Self-made Discord was made to be the best community in the wrestling space, and we've been thrilled with the activity, engagement, and enthusiasm to this point. Yeah, I bet you're thrilled about people giving you money for you to make up lies about people and tell your friends this fucking tales on there, dude. What a fucking clown. I'm not reading all this. I have no personal issues with Tony Khan. Yeah, bud. They got personal issues with you. JD pipes out. I'm not even reading all that. It's insane, man. And it was such a grift. JD, though, goes, brother, I'm not going to tell you this. I'm going to tell you this from one creator to you who is aspiring to get their name out there. Keep your circle small. Trust literally no one. Amen, brother. I work with 2 people. That's it. People who I know have my back, shared drinks and dinner with. People who have been in the comfort of my own hour. Keep it small. Do not put yourself in a position to be used, especially with the talent, because that's all they are doing. Secondly, let your work content speak for itself, not who you know, who reached out to you. Exactly, bro. Or what they told you. If your work is good, everything else will happen naturally. And if people trust you, you've won most of the battle. Dude, I'm going to give a like to that. JD spitting. Oh, Monagos, I fucked up. Right, dude? JD was over there, now he's over here now. Oh. So, yeah, shout out JD. That's a good message, you know, legit. I like that. You just got to stay doing you. Yeah, don't worry. That's why I make fun of it. That's why I make fun of that whole, our sources said, right? You got to make fun of that shit, bro. Anyways, I'm surprised that Bischoff, so, this is one for another day. Sorry, that's a little Bischoff versus Sap stuff. So Sap goes, want to know something funny? Elbu told me ask about Dwayne 2 days ago. Still got it. Okay. So you guys reported The Rock first, right? Elbu continues. He's like, I don't intend for any of this to be contentious, as I remain remorseful for any harm I caused as approached by the aforementioned party yesterday afternoon with the following. As much as I didn't appreciate your tweet a few months back, my tweet yesterday wasn't intended to send trolls your way by any means. Misconstrued. So this is just him coping over Britt Baker there too. Well, this is what she said, so I thought it was an apology. Ugh. Fucking Elbu. I'm surprised he's back, even tweeting again. So Dustin Rhodes says, when you stop putting stock in people, IWC, and their hatred towards a company, your life becomes better. Block and move on. For every great thing said about you, there will always be that one who hates, and they are the loudest. Focus on the love and keep building your individual brand and block the shit out of every turd that enters your platform. Keep stepping. So yeah, don't ever let anyone be critical of you, guys. That's the message. You can never self-improve, guys. Just do what you're doing. So here we go. Took Timbo. says Fightful Select spoke to sources within WBD and confirmed that official numbers are kept very close to the vest, even within the company. However, they did confirm that since debuting, AEW has ranked among the top live sports events on Max. Adding more context to the claim, Max currently offers games and events from nearly every major sports league in the U.S., NCAA, MLB, March Madness, and college football. Here's the thing, man. Ranked among the top live sports, that's just so easy to say. And yeah, I tried to figure out what the highest like hockey game ever was on, because I'm assuming MLB and NBA will just be viewed more than NHL. So it's like, what's like the highest rated hockey game ever on Max? And it's just hard to find those numbers. So yeah, if it cracks top 10, I mean, it's a weekly TV show too. It's not necessarily a sport that's seasonal. So I just really don't know how they're trying to play this game. It's all about the game and how you play it. I don't give a shit either, but we just can't let people gaslight us and tell us that it's equaling out to numbers. It's not, because that's not going to help anyone get better. Again, it's just going to stagnate and people are going to go good enough when it should never be good enough. When you are in an athletic endeavor or a fucking artistic endeavor, in my opinion, I don't think you should ever just settle for good enough. That means you're not, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I don't know. You always got to seek ways to improve. Okay, so we're about to introduce our new fool here. So Sap says, I'll run a couple interesting ones today on Fightful Select about what I heard about this from someone close to Shane. So this is in regards to the Shane McMahon, Tony Khan thing. So he's like, dude, I heard about stuff from someone close to Shane. And then story about frustrations in the women's division. So just shit that like no one can confirm, someone I heard from who knows them. Like, so just they could completely have made this up. And these are the two stories circulating in the fucking IWC and the dirt sheets the last 2 days. And come for just $6 a month, $64 a year. Come listen to some fucking shit that like no one can confirm because I won't say anyone's name. Craziness. So Zena Sterling, who is on LFG, WWE LFG, she tweets out 21 years and a day around the flat earth. And then Chris, the wrestling informer, goes, is it your birthday? I can't find anything on internet about your birth date. And then I go, I'm sure she's relieved to know. Sorry, guys. We're getting through the sickos. It's a long one. We had them saved up. Chavo Guerrero. So Neckbeards points out, look, Chavo got ghosted by by Tony Khan as well. Let me check on the chat. I'm sorry. A bunch of motherfuckers been waiting. Holy shit. Ray J's World. E-Wrestling News is freaking out over the WWE TNA partnership destroying AEW and the wrestling business.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Thank you. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. I was trying to get through the sickos, but it's like a fucking hour-long segment this week because I let it build up for too long. So, yeah. Thank you so much for that. And I know they are, bro. You're going to see some of it. The WWE TNA partnership is amazing shit. It's not even about destroying AEW, though, but it's about fucking elevating. I think for Shawn Michaels it is. I think NXT's whole goal is we got to destroy. So maybe a bit of that TNA shit is, but WWE's elevating all of wrestling. And I think Triple H realized what I've been saying. Like, you can't have this shit play out on TV. You can't have NXT playing out on TV. Okay, because people are doing some of their best work. When you had a regional TV show and before the internet, an FCW and OVW, whatever the fuck, and people were wrestling on there, it worked, right, to develop people. But now we're seeing some people who are like career NXT guys, like Duke Hudson or whatever, was a career NXT guy. He was there for like 7 years or something. That's not what it's there for. So will it affect AEW? Yeah, if they don't just get with the fucking times and stop like rejecting what people want. If you're trying to be a wrestling week-to-week TV show and be the challenger brand, if you just want to fucking do your indie super shows, do them, and then just say that's what you're doing. Don't even do a TV show then, and then people won't clown the ratings, and it'll have no effect. You'll still have the same amount of fans. AEW would. Thank you for that. Brady Mack says, didn't want to feel left out. Love what you do, Phil. Brady, I love what you do, buddy. Okay. Ray J's World says, this promoter creeping on Megan Bayne will need to worry about her angry boyfriend named Joey Janela. Bro, Joey Janela will fucking fight that guy, dude. That's the thing.
Stupid idiot.
He will. It'll be on, bro. Right? That's for real. So, I don't know, man. The guy, he fucked up big time. And, yeah, I would just say, just apologize for the shit. Like, you can also say, dude, I was just being funny on a pod. And like, maybe I, like, as someone who hires talent, I shouldn't be fucking around, or someone who's like in the locker room working as like a guy in the company. And, you know, I might be sharing a change room with some of the ladies or whatever. But if that's the case, and I get it, some of these indies can't afford to like separate the men and the ladies, like where they change and stuff. And there's some etiquette there that should be applied, but get a fucking curtain or something, boys. Especially if you're going to be a creep. Darvin Ramat for 298 SGD, bro. Let's shut out this motherfucker because I don't even know what SGD is. That's like fucking Call of Duty money or something. No, they'll never hit a mill again. Sickos coping, bro. And that Doom, your Doom profile picture, classic Doom. Love that shit. Yeah, they won't. Just get the million out of your fucking head. They could bring John Cena in. It probably wouldn't do $1 million, you know, just being honest. Ray J's World just fucking spam the super chats here. I bet when Dynamite and Collision both lose their TV deals so harsh. I don't think Dynamite ever will. I don't think it will, unless it starts doing Collision numbers, but Collision will. Tony Khan will buy his own streaming service, or not, like, you guys get what I'm saying, right? It's all one deal, but Collision will be off the air, like, because he just treats it like Rampage. Well, he's trying to do more story shit, but the fans treat it like Rampage. It's like WCW Thunder. The fans start treating it like Thunder, you're cooked. There's no coming back from that, unless the original marketing of it was like Sunday Night Heat and Velocity. Doesn't matter how many people watch that. The objective of that show is to, it's like NXT, like before there was NXT, dark matches and just like B stories for, you know, and if something works, you can bring it to SmackDown or whatever. You guys get it. So unless that's the way the show's marketed, like Dark and Dark Elevation were, you know, Collision's supposed to be like a SmackDown. Well, it doesn't work that way, bud. But he'll buy his own streaming service or channel. Exactly. Ray J again goes, interesting. Baydala liked the Rock promo last night. E-fans disliked. Yeah, I think he just tries to go against the grain, but when it's inauthentic, it's cringe, you know? And he's like, I've been advised from people. Why is anyone in AEW advising you of shit? Okay? That's fucking dumb. That's fucking stupid. Okay? You work for them, bro. So Corderis, Hebner, and Spencer on Reffing It Up thought the criticism on AEW ring size in Australia was a stupid criticism. A lot of people do. Cornette thought it was. Listen, I'm not even criticizing them for that. I tweeted out my thoughts and said, I like it for AEW style of like sort of like make it more intimate and closed in. Stop trying to be bigger than you are. AEW's a super indie. Use the smaller ring. I don't give a shit. It makes it look a little different. And yeah, the criticism though, if you want to say the safety of wrestlers is where I'll say, okay, Buddy Matthews tweeted shit out. Then he deleted it. Was he serious? I think he was because he deleted it. That's my opinion. I could be wrong. Here's what I'll say, though. Let's say he did crush his ankle because the ring, or let's say Kenny did fuck up that dive that you all saw it, right? If you guys notice how bouncy the ring was, then we're talking about, listen, QT comes out and says AEW has this unique design that no one else has anywhere. Then build a ring in Australia. I'm the first one to say that. No one harped on it enough. I'm the only one harping on it. Build a fucking ring in Australia. And Stevie Richards also kiboshed the whole. He's like, WWE has their rings in countries that they go to, that they're invested in. So exactly, he's like, for surely WWE does. So exactly as I said, oh, you guys announced Australia Grand Slam 2026. Build a ring. I expect one of those unique rings that only AEW has to be built in Australia and there for you for 2026 Grand Slam. That's all I'm saying. I don't care if it's 18 by 18. I don't care if it's 16 by 16. I don't care if it's 20 by 20. I would prefer it to be 20 by 20. I feel like the big league should be 20 by 20, but I'll say this. Build that unique ring then. Don't have this bullshit where you're borrowing a ring from an indie. I don't care. You're the big leagues. You can spend money on Pointer Sisters for one night. You can spend money on Danielson's theme song for one night. You can spend money on Rita Chatterton to be on contract for a fucking year. Rita Chatterton is on contract for a fucking year. Do you hear me? That's the crazy thing.
What?
Okay, you can build a fucking ring in Australia. Period, bro. The wrestling business. Lodi 70,005 says, Phil, how much for you to record an Elbu audiobook? I don't know.
Smashed your knee to oblivion.
You guys fucking super chat me and let me know. I have no clue, dude. I have no clue. An Elbu audiobook, like I'd have to read the whole, like, if he wrote a book, I'd just read it or something. I don't know. You guys let me know. That's for you all to determine, right? And then Darvin Ramat became a new member. Okay. Air horns and round of applause for all the super chatters. Thank you guys so much for contributing to the show. Okay, let me check in with chat too really quick. My mother and brother did. Brady, you lost your home. I'm so sorry to hear that about your family, dude. Things have been hard. Still looking for a dental assistant job. I failed my national exam twice. Oh shit. Miss October 30. You're going to get it. You're going to get it. You failed the exam twice. Maybe different career path. No. I am kidding, bro. Thank you for being here, or sis rather. Thank you for being here. Sorry it's been rough. Let me see here. Say Miss October unsub from 2025. We send your condolences. Miss October, I don't know what's going on, but goddamn, prayers up for you. Best energies as well here. Listen, you're doing better than the sickos, right? I'm cooking them. Early dinner out today. PWT, let's go. Why you never said hi to me? Here we go. Britt Baker, I hear someone in chat said Britt Baker's attracted to Canucks who do podcasts. Well, too bad. I'm taken, brother. You're gonna have to settle for fucking. Gonna have to settle for neckbeards or one of these guys, right? So here we go. Neckbeards tweets out, back to the sickos here. I'll refresh us with the here. Fuck this. We're done with the sickos today. Let's just induct our newest person who made the list, and then because there's so much in here, and we got much more to get to, and this UFC is cooking right now. So let's induct our newest fool, shall we, ladies and gentlemen? I'm sure you guys all know who it is. By this point, because I keep skipping over his tweets. If you watch the show, if you don't, we only got a couple in here from him, but gone silent since word has come out that he's made the list. But ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause, or pardon me, a drum roll for our newest fool, Suit Williams.
You just made the list.
Suit Williams just made the list for being an absolute sicko. So, you know, Suit Williams, man, he tweets this out. Getting a lot of new followers. Welcome in. If my writing interests you and you want me to review a particular match, drop $5 at ko-fi.com/Suit Williams and I'll review it on Williams Watches Wrestling. Full shows are negotiable as well. What the fuck, dude? Earn your keep, bro. Hey, if you want me to do this thing that I will only do if you give me $5, what the fuck, man? This is crazy. What puts him in a position to demand that with his ass takes? That's what pushed me overboard, made him make the list. If you guys didn't know, you know, here's fucking Suit Williams going, I reviewed, and he's with Voices of Wrestling. One of the worst. They blocked me like immediately, dude. One of the worst fucking dirt sheets or op-ed in the wrestling IWC, if you will. Ever. And Suit goes, I reviewed NXT Vengeance Day earlier, a show with some terrible booking, some dudes in masks, and an awful main event. And then, Anjo or Ango, whatever, Anjo, shout him out. He's a guy on YouTube as well. He says, he responds to Suit Williams and he's like, what? You're strange. And Suit's like, I think I've come to terms with the fact that I'm a full-on WWE hater. There was a point where I thought I would be happy if the product was better, but when they win, they make sure everyone else loses. How, bro? How? This motherfucker's got emotion.
Emotional damage.
How they making sure everyone loses everyone's dude, everyone is seeing an upswing in business in the pro wrestling biz because of WWE right now, except for a couple select places. So I don't want that company to do well. I don't want them to succeed or be booked well. I want them to embarrass themselves constantly so that I can point and laugh at them. That's what would make me the happiest. Well, Suit, now we're pointing and laughing at you, motherfucker. There's no kind of honest better than being honest with yourself. True. I feel a weight off my shoulders. But the problem is that, dude, this is real hatred. Like, some people might say I do hater shit, but we're having a laugh, bro. I'm just giving my opinions. Listen, this is just hater shit to hate. Oh, like, he's admitting it is better, but oh, fuck that. I just, even when they do good, fuck them. I just want them to lose. That's like sad and miserable shit. You know what I mean? That's not like being funny or giving hot takes for, because then we know when he's like a show with some terrible booking, dudes in masks, we know you're not being real, right? You guys know I'm being really real when I fucking dissect and shit on WWE shit because I really love it lately. Not even just lately. I keep saying lately, but my whole life. But coming out of that 22, like, boys, we had to suffer through some shit before PWT was ever even a show, man. Sitting through that shit in 2018, 2019 and shit. We had to sit through some shit, man. So yeah. This is why we can't take you serious. And then up there, you're asking like, hey, if you want a review, give me $5. Well, your review's not even a true review because we just know what you want. You just want them to die. That's why you made the list, buddy. You're a fucking fool, right? And fools make the goddamn list. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us give a...
You just made the list!
One more for Suit Williams, who... Oh, he has one more here, right? So I respond to Suit Williams here. But he says, 10 months ago, NXT felt legitimately hot with Trick Williams on top and Javon Evans rocketing onto the scene. They've spent the ensuing 10 months getting stalled out in the name of getting Ethan fucking Page over. No, they're not stalled out, man. And it's been to get Oba Femi over as well. It's to get everyone over. Eddie Thorpe a little bit so that he can be one of those main gatekeeper heel guys. That's who they're getting over. You just don't want to see that. They've spent the ensuing 10 months. Oh, sorry. One of the worst Major League Wrestling shows ever. Yeah, so NXT's not supposed to be Major League, but then you guys call it Major League when it fits your own narrative. But then when it doesn't fit your narrative, it's developmental. And then he goes, it's at the point where I don't believe anyone who thinks Shawn Michaels is a competent booker, let alone a good one. The best wrestling show on TV, bro. What a kooky bitch. And yeah, so for that, Suit Williams, I'll hit another one. You made the list, and that
you just made the list.
Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for Sickos and Suit Williams. So keep an eye on that guy. We don't trust that Suit Williams over here. Hey? So we got lots of fucking news to get into. Here, let me see. I'm just unbookmarking that. Let me see what we got here. We got news. We're going to dive into miscellaneous news because there's a few things in there as we dive over to this. And let me check in with chat, actually. Let me see what's going on with chat again. Okay. Ray J's World. I see more botches from AEW on Botchamania than WWE or other promotions. Exactly. It's always been that way. It's always been that way. And Matthew Gregg got in line. He's allowed to show when phony Shivani and fucking Taz are botching, like taking phone calls at ringside and making fun of each other, but he can't go overboard with too much of the other stuff. Oh my goodness. Miss October 30. Well, I've not been watching live. I've been watching the clips. That's the best way to do it. As I said before, life has been rough for me. Well, goddamn.
Oh, come on now, Eric.
But listening to Phil and Jack does brighten my day. Excellent, man. Thank you so much. Listen, I appreciate that. That's an acknowledgement for you. I was joking too about change of profession. I mean, you do you. I'm sorry shit's going terrible. I'm glad that this is what I aim to do. If you like pro wrestling, you want to see it be covered differently, hopefully I can entertain you a little bit too. Take your mind off shit. I know personally when I need to take my mind off shit, I throw on the matches. I listen to Jim Cornette. It makes me laugh. I listen to James Romero and Stevie Richards. You know what I mean? And that's what I do as well, or I throw on old matches. So I'm glad I can help you with that. We wish you the best of luck and the best energies. Like, we hope you pass your shit eventually. Radiation safety and that. You might want to get that one down, though. I don't know. You know what they say sometimes, though, right?
Sometimes in life, you got to be a hoe.
Hey. There's lots of ways to make money these days. No, I'm just joking. Listen, I'm just glad. I hope I can make you laugh and smile. You certainly put a smile on my face. Everybody, round of applause for Miss October 30. Always here. Avid PWT Universe member. Always showing us love. Always here rocking with us. And so thank you. We really thank you for that. Moving along here, let's get into some miscellaneous news. I'm going to check on the chat again. Phil, this is the same people I do. What a coincidence. Yeah, exactly. All you guys listen to the same people I do. It's why we click. I meant Jake. Yeah, typos happen. I think we know you meant yeah, you said Jack. Meant Jake. I knew what you meant. Yeah, Jake knows. How does she wrestle with those? Yeah, Ken's in here melting down every week. Phil, check super chats. Thank you, Jamie. Yeah, I'm trying to stay on top of it here tonight. You guys are just amazing, and make sure you run the likes up. And I got a lot to bring you guys. We just got started. That was the intro, folks. An hour and a half intro. That was the intro. Jose, come back because you just missed the intro. And yeah, let's see if Jericho's going to join us now on the show. I'll give you guys some time. 4 likes away. There's 252 watching across both channels. Run the likes up, please. 4 of you hit the likes for Miss October 30. We have miscellaneous news. Let me chug down some fucking coffee here, though, before we get into it and respond to this text massage here. Okay, sorry. Responding to a text. Chugging down some coffee now. Responding to a text. Iced coffee over everything. So let's get into miscellaneous news. I'm going to hit a banjo for it, I suppose. Josh Barnett, one of the GOATs, he tweets out that catch wrestler Timothy Thatcher returns to the ring made for him and what he does. Local UFC vet and pro wrestler Filthy Tom Lawler returns as well. What a banger of a match. Thatcher versus Lawler at Bloodsport 13, April 17. Be there or be square. So here was the fucking video that Big Ben was like apologizing for. Let's watch this. This is hilarious.
I mean, I don't even know who this to be that.
This is for him versus AJ Francis.
My name is AJ Francis, and I am the greatest big man in professional wrestling, and nobody loves me more than me. You love me, right? Also, I played in the NFL for 6 years, and ain't none of you have ever done that. Do you remember any of those 6 years? And I've slept with more women than any of you could ever dream of. You know who you are. Please call me back. And I've had the #1 hit for a week in Costa Rica. We outside. The greatest week of my life. Now, Sunday, I'm going up against another big guy, Big Trouble Ben Bishop. And yeah, Ben, you're big and all, and I see you making little funny
just cooking them
videos. But come Sunday, ain't no one going to be laughing when I pick you up for the biggest down payment in professional wrestling history. So I'll see you then, big man. And until then, we outside. And you guys have listened to it, right? Please go stream it. I need this.
I love that shit. More and more and more of that from Ben Bishop. For the first time in 22 years, Our Lady Peace performed Whatever, the theme song of Chris Benoit at their concert in Canada last night. Now, oh, Canada. I will say this, right? I will say this. You have to be able to enjoy their artwork and this song and even watch a Benoit match back and go, fuck, this is a good match, without obviously putting over the guy or condoning what he did. I'm not saying go buy a Chris Benoit t-shirt or go like anything like that, you know, unless it fucking goes to his family, then maybe do that. Like the family, God, such a touchy thing, right? You guys get what I'm getting at. I don't, right? But we have to be able to also, like, we can listen to Our Lady Peace song and go, okay, this is pretty fucking cool. It's weird in a way, but you know, we can appreciate them doing this without, it doesn't put Benoit in any good light. Do you know what I mean? You guys get what I'm getting at. We've all explained this is a years old thing, but it should be said. Let's hear some of this. Hopefully I don't get pulled for it, but fuck it. I'll clip it out if I do. The music and the fucking lyrics suited Benoit too so well. You know, it was one of those themes that, again, we're just talking about the fucking character or whatever. It was one of those themes that just really fit him, and Our Lady Peace nailed it. And it's crazy that they didn't perform it for 22 years until now. I wonder, because they're in Canada, they're like, let's break out the Benoit shit. I'm not sure why they did that, but... And shout out Charlie Arnault, who used to be in WWE in like the Jackie Redmond position, right? I forget her name in WWE, but she's in the UFC now. And I think she does like power slap and shit now. But yeah, shout her out. You guys get the idea. So here's a video of Atsushi Onita visiting Terry Funk's grave in Amarillo with music that played on the FMW commercial video following their explosion match. I'm a fucking huge Onita mark and Terry Funk mark. So, well, Terry Funk was like a bit, you know, I didn't watch his like whole catalog. He's more of like a hindsight guy that I had to watch in hindsight, where it's like select matches. I didn't get to see like a string of his work, but for me, just seeing him a little bit in ECW and stuff, and like when they did the ECW One Night Stand stuff, and you know, I saw Chainsaw Charlie, of course, and all that silly shit. But anyways, Onita and like Hayabusa and all that. I love that, like watching old videos of that during my era of like really YouTubing old wrestling and watching like New Japan during the Kenny Omega era and stuff. You know, you go down these rabbit holes. There was a while there where a lot of it was new, where there was just an outpour of pro wrestling on the interwebs, just so readily available. And yeah, man, you go down that FMW rabbit hole, and one of the best Dark Side of the Ring episodes as well is about Onita. But yeah. Hopefully I don't get pulled for music again. But yeah, Terry, his bandages, Onita was always bandaged up. And Hayabusa really was that dude, paralyzed in the ring, you know? Edge performs a very music-heavy episode. Edge performs Never Gonna Stop Me with Rob Zombie. I was at a Rob Zombie concert. And I was like, oh, I hope he sings Never Gonna Stop Me. And then this guy's like, no, that's Ozzy. I was like, no, it's Rob Zombie, bro. And then he's like, no, that's Ozzy. And this guy he was so certain that he like had me convinced I was wrong. You ever have that happen? And then we go inside and I shit you not, motherfucker, like 2 songs deep plays Never Gonna Stop Me. And I was like, oh my God, where was that asshole? I want to see that guy so I can tell him he was fucking wrong. Zombie fans? I don't know. Here we go. So excited to host. So Kayla Becker is hosting the cast and crew Q&A at the LA premiere of Queen of the Ring. She spent many years watching the incredible women of wrestling take over the industry, and I know this film will be such a successful look into the trailblazers that made women's wrestling possible. And yeah, the LA premiere with the Bella twins, Nikki and Brie Garcia, Queen of the Ring. I'm going to that shit. Me and my wife be looking for the where it's going to play and when. And yeah, I'm going to that for sure, dude. And I'm snooping around. I'm trying to get into this thing if I can. When I can, or see it how I can, because I'm real interested in that flick. So Mega Slam Wrestling, this is from Martin Kirby, had a sold-out crowd of 1,500 people on a Thursday. This was done with no ex-WWE wrestlers, no AEW wrestlers, no overseas talent, no announced matches. This was achieved through having a good product, good promotion, and team of hardworking British wrestlers. So shout them the fuck out. Boom. Here's Isla Dawn, who I put in the miscellaneous news. Why? Porque? Because she is not with WWE any longer. And much like Duke Hudson, she cuts her own little promo here and kind of goes at the IWC, dude.
One of the sad facts of life is that you won't hear all the good things that people have to say about you until you're gone. Everyone bottles up their emotions only to pour them over your lifeless frame when it is just a little too late. Oh my God, I'm going to miss her. Oh my God, she was a champion. She was a star. She did not deserve this. Did I deserve this? No. But I didn't need it.
Why is she dressed like Xena, the warrior princess? No, she looks fine as fuck here, though.
I was bleeding out, and this was the pressure and the gauze. I was crashing. This is the thing that revived me. My heart stopped on the table, but someone down there sent me back up, knowing that it wasn't quite my time. The White Witch is gone. The unholy enchantress buried in the grave. 2-time tag team champion. Ashes in an urn. But don't grieve for me. Isla Dawn's not dead yet.
Yeah, I think WWE's letting them keep their names too. So I think Isla Dawn will remain Isla Dawn. And I'm curious. Again, we say TNA. Where could she go? You know, there's a bunch of places right now. I would be, if I'm one of these women, I try and Cardona this shit. And I be the person who just shows up on every fucking indie and once on every show, because I don't think there's really a woman who's done that. They all kind of stick with one place. So I would try and do that. One of the craziest UFC cards ever, by the way, going down. So Matt Riddle says he wants to return home to WWE, and he would have never left if it was up to him. He says, I would love to go back to WWE one day eventually, maybe soon, but the thing is, whatever they want, it's not up to me. It's their decision. If it was up to me, I would have been there yesterday. I never would have left. On Briscoe and Bradshaw. Yeah, it sucks sometimes, man. For some people, it's like all they want, and yeah, it just doesn't work out, unfortunately. You know, Matt Riddle's killing it on the indies, and he's not putting over MLW, or at least that's not the headline. The headline is, you know, he wants to go back to the Federation. So, is what it is. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for miscellaneous news. Yeah. So Miss October 30 says, you guys, Phil and chat, make me feel welcome. At 28 years old, I'm an introvert. I am too, bruh. Or sis. I guess we'll call you sis. Yeah. I don't have many friends outside my family. Love you all so much, and thanks for the support. Yeah, you're always welcome here. Wow, round of applause, man. Let's go. What the fuck? Miss October 30 going through it, man. Listen, we got all the love for you. Okay? And yeah. I'm sort of introverted too. You know, I just chill with my wife. We go to the movies sometimes. Let's chill. Work, you know? But yeah, that's what it's all about. And make sure you're in the fucking Discord. You all better be in the Discord if you guys want to hang out more and chat, Miss October 30 up, etc. Not like that, chat. You guys know. But yeah, thank you for being here all the time and just showing support. I mean, your fucking super chats and hitting like and your views and shit is why I keep going. So thank you. Ray J's World says, we all know the ultimate NXT TNA crossover dream. Leon Slater versus Javon Evans, ultimate 5 stars. I like it. So before we get into, I'm going to give you one of these. Speaking of NXT, thank you, Ray J's World, for the perfect transition, okay? Because we're going to get into TNA news, okay? But first, we are going to get into TNA live results, okay? So let me just see here. The February, no, that one's too far back. Impact Live, here we go. So this is F4W online. God damn it. Here we go. So we will share this tab. Alvarez getting the plug. Thank you for the transition. And ladies and gentlemen, it is time for TNA news review. Okay. So Joe Hendry has a concert. All right. He's crushing it. He's singing about his time at the Royal Rumble. I'm not going to read fucking Alvarez's garbage. He's having a blast singing with the crowd. The crowd's white hot. The stage set up. They're at Full Sail, by the way. So a white hot wrestling crowd who are hot throughout the whole night. The stage looks tremendous when they do the live show with the Titantron and that, or the Titantron. I guess it's not that. It's like a Tron, the screens or whatever. And the ring looks great. The building looks awesome. It's packed. And yeah, Hendry's doing a concert. He plays and sings beautifully. He talks about his time in the Royal Rumble. Puts over just crossing paths with Roman and all of this shit. And then basically he gets interrupted by the Colognes, right? Orlando, and what's the other one? Orlando, and I'm sure they have it written somewhere. He also calls out John Cena. But yeah, whatever. The Colognes, right? They're using their real names, I believe. They come out and the crowd starts chanting, "Where's Carlito?" Which is pretty funny. But yeah, they're like, we're back and we're on this live show. Okay, cool. They're two vets. I guess they're with TNA now. I don't know what the point of that is. Maybe they got worked into jobs because the relationship. I don't know. I'm okay with it. They're not washed up or schlubs. It's not something I'm like dying to see is all the Colognes. But for how they did this, it worked out because it was just all to get Joe Hendry over, and Elijah over, aka Elias, who's now with TNA. So he cuts the promo, the vignette with the Righteous in Ring of Honor, has a white guitar, a white outfit, everything, does the vignette. The dirt sheets go, Elijah is all elite and all that shit. Then the dirt sheets go, oh, he is not signed. Like Fightful's like, oh, he's not signed with fucking AEW after they reported he was. And then all of a sudden he's signed with TNA. And because Elijah interrupts the fucking Colognes and the whole crowd erupts and they're like, oh, walk with Elijah, and he's playing it for them and with them, and they're having a grand old gay old time, right? And they set up a tag match for later. Santino Marella comes out. It's like, okay, Hendry and Elijah versus the Colognes later, and he had a great line too about the Colognes. Elijah did, saying like, what is it? You got to cleanse your colon or some shit. I don't know. It's fucking funny. So yeah, moving on. I don't know. That was great shit, pal. So moving along, we had Zachary Wentz and Trey Miguel with Ace Austin. They took on TNT with Wesley from NXT. Now, not TNT like Devon's sons, the twins. These guys, Tyreek Igwe and Tyson DuPont, TNT, the crowd was chanting at them. This crowd was white hot. If you don't watch TNA, make sure you watch TNA live. I might even do TNA live run-ins, I'll call them, or some shit, just when they do the live shows, depending how I'm feeling. I'm getting over this fucking head cold. So yeah, I think it's like every third live TNA. I might do a fucking run-in for those because they're so good. But yeah, so it is a tag match or whatever, okay? The ABCs, or pardon me, not ABCs, the Rascals with ABC Ace Austin, and shout out Chris Bay, who can walk again, fucking miraculously. They get the win, and then Wesley's like, you know what? It ain't done between us, da-da-da-da-da, after everything Ace has done to you guys, because again, the Rascals and ABC's tremendous rivals, right? So First Class Penthouse with AJ Francis and many others. So AJ Francis comes out with Lexis King's girlfriend, Carolina Cruz, who was on that WWE Next Gen show, got released though, didn't make it to the WWE LFG show, but she's doing great stuff. So he comes out with her, Casey Navarro. Who else? He had, I think he had a rapper who went viral for like a TikTok or some shit. I don't know. He has all these people on stage with him, and he's like wearing a suit, and he has this show called First Class Penthouse. And he was cooking, man. The crowd was booing the shit out of him. He asked everyone to pull out their fucking phones and be like, hey, record this because TNA is going to cut the feed for what I'm about to say. And he's talking about how there's no opportunities for him for the tag belts. And he said this great line here. Yeah, that was written. Piper didn't get credit for Hulkamania. I am reading Alvarez here, folks, just to pull some lines because, oh, yeah. So this is the key part. He got great heat for this. So at the ending, right? This popped me so hard. AJ's like, okay, so for my first guest on the Penthouse or First Class Penthouse with AJ Francis is the phenomenal one, a TNA legend, the phenomenal one, AJ Francis. And then they just booed the shit out of him, bro. He's like, I'm my own. He's like, a former WWE champion and shit, and then he's like, it's me, I fucking, who else would be on this but me? It was really good, man. He's cooking. So then Lei Ying Lee, aka Xia Li, had a match with Rosemary, a solid TV match. Rosemary's sort of their gatekeeper now. She's just sort of there to get people over, and she's been with TNA forever, man. A lifer, for lifer, 444 life, and you got to respect that. Xia Li's being built up for Masha, and they're just taking their time. They don't rush this shit in TNA. That's what you got to love. Even Tessa Blanchard, right? They're building to her getting the belt back, even though that's people fucking hate her, dude. Sorry, just chugging down some coffee. So, Tim Hortons, bud. So, Death Machine. Okay. Oh, yeah. And then after Rosemary mists Xia Li, I'll just call her Lee. How about that? Because I don't want to be disrespectful, but Li Ying Li. I'm going to fuck that up or is it Lei Ying Li? I'm going to fuck it up every time. Anyways, yeah, so she missed her, and that's going to continue as well. Again, just taking their time to get the women there, developing talent, and then establishing people, because Xia Li doesn't need developing, but she needs to be established in TNA lore, regardless if she came from WWE, folks. That's called fucking long-term booking. Anyways, Death Machine TV with Sammy Callihan. So Sammy Callahan's backstage, and he's just looking fucking... He's looking big. That's a big boy. Sammy's looking fucking good, dude. He's looking plump, man. That dude's eating right now. Good for Sammy. You know what I mean? Dude's making money right now, it looks like, right? That's all I can say. But he's like, cameraman, follow me. I'm gonna fuck up Mance Warner. And then, yeah, he catches up with Mance Warner, as they write here. And like Steph's just standing there, and he just like clocks. Like they have it written here. They begin brawling. It wasn't even really a brawl. It was just like Sammy just clocks him in the nose and like gloms him out a couple times, and then hits him in the face with it. Warner in the face, and then Steph's just standing there like, what the fuck, kind of thing. And then the feed cuts out. Yeah, so that was what it was. Now, Tessa Blanchard, she came out earlier in the show or later in the show. I can't remember which part she came out in the show first, but they did this thing that I liked backstage where, well, actually, I liked for the first couple minutes, and then it dragged on too long and got a little cheesy. But it was basically Tessa Blanchard's harassing this doctor, like, attend to me. And then Xia Li's like holding her eyes and shit because she's missed it. And she's like, ah. And then the doctor's trying to help her out. And then Tessa's like, hey, I'm here. Like, you need to tend to me. Make sure I'm physically fit. Like, make sure I'm physical. My physical's ready for this match. You guys get what I'm getting at? Sorry. I'm looking at UFC here, all the highlights. This has been one of the greatest UFCs of all time. Not even joking. Finish. I think every single match has been a finish. Anyways, so Tessa's like, you need to pay attention to me, blah, blah, blah. And the crowd's just booing her. They're yelling shit at her. She has great heat, but it is like go away heat. But I don't know, man. Like, because you have people in the industry, like people of color, black people, who are like, no, she's okay. If you know her, da da da. Then you have people who are like, no, fuck her. And so no matter where you lie, like, you want her to see her get her ass beat, man. And there's money in that regardless. And I'm not saying go the KKK route to get heat, right? Yeah, the KKK would get heat too or whatever, Phil. I know. I'm not saying go that route, right? But just with the fact that people don't like her leaning into that, and the fact that there is a possibility that it could be I don't know, man. I'm never going to tell people how to feel about shit. You know, that's not anybody's place. But what I will say is that don't support it if you don't want to support it either. But people will pay to see her get her ass beat and to fucking boo at her. And there is money in that. And it's not like they're leaning into her being an alleged racialist or whatever. They're not leaning into it. They're just saying, look, she's controversial outside of the ring. We're focused on what goes on here in the impact zone. They're doing a good job of that. And as long as they don't get distasteful with the booking or how they try to present her, I'm fine with it. Do you guys get where I'm coming from? That's my feeling on it. Don't tell me how to feel either, you fucking marks. So anyways, Eric Young and the North, because she comes out later and they start yelling, "You're a racist." I might as well talk about it now, I guess. But she comes out later and her music hits. And I mean, she has aura and shit. She's got a great look and she cuts a good promo and the crowd's going over her. And at first she was ignoring it. They're on live TV, so it's a little harder. But then she starts not leaning into it, but addressing it like, you people will never be like me. Like there's a difference between us and da-da-da. And then she starts telling Santino, which I don't know if Santino was planned to come out there or if they sent him out there to save her life. I don't know what happened there, but he goes out there and she's like, Santino, tell these people that they don't appreciate me and da-da. And Santino's like, no, these people are right. And they're doing a good job of, no, these characters aren't, they're not pretending it's not happening, you know? And even some of the wrestlers in kayfabe have to be like, no, they're right. And then she's going to have to deal with that behind the scenes on her own. And that's the fucking great. She's always going to have to deal with this. Okay. And that's sort of reaping what she sowed, I guess. But anyways, she has nuclear heat regardless. And they're chanting, Tessa, we coming for you. Tessa, we coming for you. Like in homage to Booker T. Now, a lot of people are like, Booker T would be proud. Booker T publicly said, as we covered on the show, people need to let the Tessa shit go and forgive her. So I don't know if he would be proud of that, actually. You know, he might not have liked that they used it that way, but I don't think Booker cares. Chant what you want. And they were chanting like, she's a racist or you're a racist or whatever. In Minecraft, I don't know if that gives it a pass on YouTube. I like to say racialist, right? But yeah, so I don't know how many racialists you can get away with on YouTube these days. But yeah, it is what it is, man. Eric Young comes out. He gets tons of heat too, cuts a brilliant promo. He steals the Northern Armory from Josh Alexander. And just like that, your boy Phil's talking shit. Oh, come on now, Phil. Talking shit about Eric Young, right? And I'm like, I don't want to see him in factions and shit no more. Nah, this really works. This really got over with me because this promo right here made me go, hell yeah. Eric Young, when he gets all demented and bug-eyed and starts cutting these like delusional promos and shit, he's money. Mustafa Ali trolls Mike Santana at an AA meeting. This was amazing stuff. This is cinematic promo, whatever work. One thing that's in real life, Mike Santana is sober, I think 11 months or something like that. Maybe longer than that, actually. Maybe it's like 11 years and I just fucked up. But he's in an AA meeting. They're working it into real life, man. And Mustafa Ali shows up to the AA meeting on some like, it gave me vibes of Netflix Luke Cage, Netflix Daredevil, Netflix Jessica Jones type shit, right? He comes into or like Punisher or whatever, you know, he comes into the AA meeting, he sits down, no one's gonna do shit because he's surrounded by his guys and he's like this elitist sort of guy, and he fucking trolls Santana at this AA meeting. Just stories, folks. Good stuff. Things we haven't really seen. We've seen people like, oh, pour alcohol on you, you straight edge, or oh, you used to be a drunk. Here, let me pour this booze on you, or whatever. But we haven't seen this sort of thing. And I love this. This was really, really good stuff. And yeah, he leans into Santana's ear and whispers, things can change, Mike, but people like you don't. Woo! 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 That's the shit I love right there, okay? Great writing and shit. Whoever came up with that line, amazing stuff. Very simple, but enough to, you know, that's enough to really trigger someone who's like, no, I'll show you. I'll prove you wrong and shit. And so, anyways, moving along here. JDC defeated Leon Slater. This is just a quick whatever. Leon Slater cut a promo too, and he's all like, bruv. And he's good shit. He has a unique look. They're banking on him. He's the future in TNA, so to say. But I don't know. He needs some more work. I would say that. He'll benefit from an NXT, you know? And he has like a unique look. I just feel like it's not honed in yet fully. You guys know what I mean? Like, it's rough around the edges still, but it'll come together. Right now, ooh, over me. Oba Femi, though, shows up, okay? Because the system comes out, they start beating motherfuckers up. And then the Hardys come out, they start beating motherfuckers up. And then they start getting beat down because they're still outnumbered by the system. And then Oba Femi comes out and it gets announced we're going to have Oba Femi and the Hardys versus the system next week on TNA, which is fucking incredible, man. I think that's amazing. That will be great work for Oba to like work alongside veterans and have your NXT champion showing up in TNA and shit. That's amazing stuff. And I understand why you waited on Oba Femi. Although, I don't know, man, Trick Williams as the NXT champ in TNA with the whoop that trick in that Full Sail building, that would have been fucking crazy. But Oba's that dude, man. And I can't wait. So, yeah, Tessa Blanchard weasels her way out of wrestling again. Yeah, so that's what happened. She weaseled her way out. And if she doesn't wrestle soon, she's going to be fired. That's what comes of that Santina stuff. Masha Slamovich beats Mila Moore. She's just amazing. Masha's so good. And Cora Jade attacks her. And Tessa's laughing at her. And we have multiple opponents, multiple stories going on with people of note. Great shit. Santino makes matches for Sacrifice, and they announce Spitfire versus Ash and Heather by Elegance for the Knockouts titles. Great shit. Friend of Dose, right? The consigliere of Ash by Elegance. He's cutting fire of like a promo backstage or whatever. So we got a solid Knockouts title. Cora Jade versus Masha for the Knockouts title as well. And then we have Joe Hendry and Elijah. They beat the Colognes in a fun TV match. Yeah, great shit. So round of applause for TNA Live. And let's get over into TNA News. And I'll check in with chat as well. Don't worry about that. But we're gonna scroll back over. And here, I will share this tab instead. There we go. So let me check in with chat, and then we'll get into the news portion here, the actual news. So Cash Monet says, watch TNA for the first time this week. Boom. How did you like it?
Sometimes in life, you got to be a hoe.
Miss October 30 says, us, chat, are loving asshole. Okay. Who you talking to me? No. Well, fuck you too. No. I love it. We are the Super Friends. It's true, dude. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Fuck you. Bye. Boom.
Let me check in with you guys as well. You talking to me? Thank you, Cleric. Take care, Brady. Yeah, Brady, get some rest. Brady, peace out. Yeah, buddy. Oba destroyed the system. Yeah, he just destroyed them, dude. Threw them around. I hope that review was good. I know it went a little long. I tried to rush through the end there a bit. Piper, Moose, like Tessa tickles. Tessa needs to do the Rowdy Piper half black. No, no, Moose. Definitely not. Hell yeah, I'm so down. I'm such a Hardy mark. Okay, so here's Hendry's thing. I'm going to play it. Usually I'd tuck it on the side and fucking pause and I'd hide it, pause, right? But, and then I just show like a screen grab. But Elon Musk completely fucked Twitter up because I can't put the bookmarks on the side anymore. You fucked up. You fucked up. Julia, get me a you fucked up chant if you're listening. Julia Gulia. Here's Joe Hendry, though. Let's play it. He kicked off Impact. And let's all sing along.
Joe Hendry was a surprise. And poor Sheamus couldn't believe his eyes My favorite moment is beating up the Miz, but there's a few others that I don't want to miss. Because it's hard to be humble when you were in the Royal Rumble. And you would have won if it wasn't for Roman Reigns. And if you don't believe me, cross the line if you can't see me. 'Cause I'll defend my
Calling out Cena, dude.
title every week. I'll defend my title every week.
And yeah, the call-ons interrupt him. Man, Cena shows up. If they're in the same city and Cena just pops into like one of their pay-per-views or something, that'd be fucking insane. But what's the payoff though? Like Hendry wants Cena once before he retires, man. He put it out there. But yeah, we had the Colognes versus fucking Hendry and Elijah. That stuff was good. So here's them chanting at Tessa. Tessa, we coming for you. That shit's crazy, man.
Well, Tessa Blanchard will not be wrestling tonight. And before you get too upset, let me explain why. And it's because the doctor backstage, and when I say doctor, I mean the incompetent Dr. Asa, decided that Tessa Blanchard was not a priority.
Yeah, they start chanting, shut the fuck up at her. Oh, here's Oba crossing the line. Right? Crowd goes insane. I'm going to turn that one down.
The ruler of NXT
Crazy. Look how intense he is, too.
has crossed the line into TNA.
And then he just fucking destroys the system. Here, let me see if I can play some of that. Yeah.
He's on Impact. Look at this, and he's taking out the system single-handedly. Oba Femi
Just fucking tossed him.
hits. Do not stop. Do not take your eyes off
Look at that
of
shit.
Thursday night and TNA Impact.
Boom. Yeah, here's the Elijah showing up too. We're just playing all the clips. So
They're surrounded. What's Hendry gonna do? What the hell? Oh my God!
So I wonder how AEW fumbled this. And listen to the reaction too, man. Like Elijah was always over. Elias, whatever. How did they fumble that, I wonder? Like he just jumps over to TNA? That's good shit.
Men in the ring are looking for a fight. That's why I decided to join TNA tonight. So if you want to walk with me or you believe in Joe Hendry,
yeah,
you're in luck.
Fuck yeah. Yeah, they
Well, I have one question for everybody. Elijah!
Yeah, then they start going, oh, walk with Elijah. Then he starts playing with them. Fucking amazing. And then we get confirmation. TNA signs Elijah. Boom. And then man like Derice, I'm not sure, you guys. He's all the rave right now in the indie scene, right? He wrestled at the TNA taping, and apparently WWE, they've ID'd him, and he's this guy here apparently is the future. I'm completely unfamiliar. I love the fucking look. He looks like he's fucking oiled up and juicy, right? Thirst cast, ladies. But yeah, he's got the vibe about him, and from what I've seen, and yeah, I like the name too, Man Like Derice or Deri, whatever the fuck. It's a unique name, and I am excited to see what all the hype is about, you know, because I'm completely unfamiliar. Someone tag me in clips or something. And then, yeah, Oba Femi back in the Impact Zone. That, ladies and gentlemen, was TNA News. Round of applause for TNA News. Derice. Thank you for that. Man like Derice. Oiled up and juicy. Yeah, dude. I'm watching UFC. Menifield's fighting. It has been an absolute amazing card thus far. Pay-per-view just started, I believe. Or the, yeah. Main card here, rather. Sorry. Let's see here. Yeah, good shit, pal. Anyways, let's get, Pabst Blue Ribbon. Yeah, I'll drink a PBR. Yeah, dude. Pro Bull Riding. No. Streaming on WWE YouTube. No. And I think they're going to piss people off the way UFC airs power slap shit on the UFC YouTube. That just made so many people mad. They shouldn't do that. Make your own YouTube. Make it its own thing. Do crossover things and do little videos. Right? Like, oh, go watch PBR. Here's like fucking Becky Lynch is over here at PBR or whatever the fuck. You know what I'm saying? Oh, nice. Lou Fisto went and hang out with the fucking Wrestling Soup Boys. Make sure you guys check that out and shout out Lou. You know what I mean? Let me check in with chat too. I'm looking. Husey shared me something. See, oh my god. I was messaging Husey, guys. Sorry. I'm not even gonna say what you can message me because it's so funny. And no, it's not an allegedly or anything. It's just like Jesus Christ, Husey. Okay, where are we going next, guys? We just did TNA news. Do we jump into AEW news or WWE news? I want you guys to tell me in the chat while I check in with y'all. What do you guys want? Miss October says, is there only 3 females, including me in chat? Probably. I'm surprised there's even 3. You what? No. There's more in the Discord too. But yeah, you might be one of the few, at least right now. So you know what they say.
Yeah.
Do you ever make that noise when you're blow drying your hair and it's too hot? Yeah. Miss October 30. Can I ask you a question? No. Thank you so much. Is Husey the mole? Fuck no. Guys, here's the thing with Husey. He overhears people saying shit, or they tell him shit flat out when he's talking to them. Goes without explanation. And then he comes to me and goes, here's what they said on the show. Or, hey, we recorded this, but, they're talking about this. Or, hey, you should know this because it's better you hear shit like this before like a dirt sheet does or something. If this is what's floating around, and then I just go, come on the show and you say it then. And this isn't dirt sheet. We just talking shit, right? So Husey doesn't care about, he's like me. We just make jokes, we just talk shit. He talks to like, who are these podcasts and shit on his show? He talks to like people who were on like Howard Stern and stuff like that. He's like, he talks about Anthony Cumia and Opie and Anthony and all that. He's in like that sphere as well, so he doesn't give a fuck about the wrestling stuff. To him, it's just funny. And he just tells me we just talk shit, and he's always like, any of this could change. Here's what I think. Here's what they said. It's an allegedly. That's why he always says allegedly too, because it's like it's the wrestling business. We don't know, right? You don't fucking know. I need a good laugh. AEW. I'm just a girl. 3 more than usual than in the AEW. I'm 4'11". Holy shit. That is crazy, dude. That might technically be a little person. That's crazy. I'm damn near 2 feet taller than you. Can you make a shirt? Are you asking me to make a shirt? I should make PWT shirts. What the fuck? Let's see now. What do you guys want? AEW news? Really only one guy, 2 people were like AEW. So let's go into AEW news because we need a laugh and it's early enough. So I don't know who's watching Collision, but good on ya. I'm watching the fights. One of the craziest cards. I keep saying it, but yeah, so AEW news. I'll get an Ichi Nissan Da as we do here, folks. Scrolling up. Dynamite's done. So, okay, AEW news. Here is, you guys know what they say all together now. Ichi San. Wait, we fucked it up, guys. All together, this one together. Ichi San. Duh. Wait, one more together now at the same time. Son. Duh. Okay, we did it. We did really good, guys. I think this time is perfect. So on to AEW news. We had a situation that happened between Thunder Rosa and Megan Bayne and Penelope Ford. And you know, a lot of people are shitting on Rosa. Some people are shitting on Megan Bayne. A lot of people don't know what to make of this. I watched a really great video with Stevie Richards and James Romero. Go and watch that, you guys, because his breakdown is awesome, and the way they break it down. I'm going to steal some of what they said, basically, because there's no really other way to say some of it. Just as far as like I said earlier, I believe it was Stevie who said that. 1 step forward, 2 steps back. They have a great match, and then this bullshit happens, and it fucking ruins everything. Now, when I was watching live, I just thought they fucked up because, like, Thunder Rosa is not really ever on TV, but then people are saying there's motive. Like, Thunder Rosa supporting Ricky Starks and saying, like, holy shit, my friend in NXT, that's awesome. I was so happy for him. And then she gets put in a position to look dumb like this. What was Rosa going to do? Try and fight Megan Bayne? Megan's fucking huge, you know? And Penelope's out there. It looked awkward. It looked as though they were all given different instructions. Some people could argue Megan Bayne went into business for herself. I took a poll in the chat. I said, here, I'll end the poll over here. And what did I have to say about it? Do you like the Rock segment with Cody Rhodes on SmackDown? Well, I fucked up because that's not what I was talking about at all. I thought I put one in there about, do you think...
Stupid idiot.
That's amazing. Sorry, guys. Before the show, I remember, this is why I fucked up. I was like, okay, am I going to put in the question about Rosa or the question about The Rock? About, like, do you think who went into business, or did you like The Rock's thing? And I went with The Rock.
Dummy. Yeah.
That's amazing. Okay. So never mind. But basically, Dis said that, so did Megan, the new big signing with the big entrance, forget her or decide not to leave the ring? Rosa should have cracked her one. Glenn Gilberti says that's what happens when you put green indie workers on national TV. So blaming Megan Bayne. We will come back to this. I have clips that I actually posted myself as we will come back to this. So I wrote, this is going to be quite interesting on PWT Live Show Saturday night, because some fans posted this, right? WCPW official. So is this What Culture Pro Wrestling? I doubt it, but they go, I see that Thunder Rosa is trending. Can someone please explain to me how the same woman manages to have problems with every woman that is scheduled to get a bigger push than her? She sabotaged the careers of Real Evilise, had issues with Baker, and now wants to stop Megan Bayne. And this guy goes, finally someone's saying it. A Flying Blue Croc says, finally someone's saying it. People want to say it's not her fault, but somehow no one else has a problem with this many people on this consistency, or with this many people this consistently, rather. How exactly is that not her fault? No one else is like that. So, and then I clipped together. So here's Ivelisse responding. Now, remember, she's blackballed. She got into like a shoot fight. People are trying to say it wasn't a shoot. Yeah, dude, it was a shoot fight, man, with Thunder in the ring, where people were accusing Ivelisse of sandbagging. Other people were saying Thunder Rosa was going too hard and it buried her backstage and stuff like that. So Ivelisse says, I warned about it from the beginning and was ignored. I repeated myself through the years, and she got released from AEW, mind you, through the years 100 times and was ignored. I gave up and stood quiet while surviving so people would see for themselves and ignored. The difference is I stand up for myself and others and gotten villainized because I don't politic.
Professional wrestling.
And here's a video, man. Here, watch this. This is Ivelisse and Thunder Rosa. This was during the pandemic era. This was on Dark. This was straight up turned into like a shoot. Again, people blamed Ivelisse for this. People blamed Thunder Rosa. Thunder also infamously got chased into a bathroom for stiffing Britt Baker or whatever, or hurting someone, right? Everyone chased her into a bathroom and she had to hide or some shit.
Professional wrestling. Check out Ivelisse. She is so bored. She is uninterested. She has.
See, Ivelisse no selling here, if you guys can see that.
Ivelisse. She is so bored. She is uninterested. She has no.
Very aggressive. Whoa!
There's a live round.
Wrestling. Check out Ivelisse. She is so bored. She is uninterested. She has no.
Very aggressive. Whoa!
So who knows like what that's all about, or I just wanted to present that evidence as well. And then let's look at the Megan Bayne situation. So Rosa's music hits. She comes in to the ring, right? And Megan Bayne's just like, fuck you. I'm not scared of you or the chair. And then Penelope Ford just steps in between, and it's like you think she would have cracked one of them. And then, of course, Stevie Richards breaks down like, yeah, you're making the baby face or like the heel look better than the baby face or whatever. So you see, gets in her face. Yeah, whatever. Megan Bayne's like, what's up? Do something. That's fucked, man. That's where it makes me think, like, who told Megan Bayne to just stand there and punk her out like that? And if I was Thunder, yeah, I would have cracked her. Stevie Richards points out too. He's like, if these are men, he's like, what you're doing right there is you're literally saying, okay, now it's a shoot. Like, I'm going to shoot on you, or I want you to shoot on me, or it's going to be a shoot backstage. So what are you going to do about it? Are we going to go now? Stevie broke that down. Like, if these were two men, what you're saying in the ring right there in that instant is, we're breaking kayfabe, and like I'm going into business for myself, or I was told different business than you. Like someone's gonna have words. Someone's getting fought either backstage or in this ring right now. So kudos to Rosa for not braining her with this fucking chair. Let's be honest, dude. She's like, what are you gonna do? Why? Because Rosa knows what she's gonna go backstage and get beat up, or she's gonna get 2-on-1'd, or I don't get it. Why does Megan Bayne, who's new in the company, feel okay doing this? Is this just miscommunication? I think it's more than that, because this is where Bayne would have just backed off and got out of the ring. But no, she walks up. What are you going to do? Hit me. Do it. Do it, kind of. And then they start wrestling with Penelope, and it just looks so like forced and shitty. And then Megan's just standing there. And Megan's just staring her down like, what's up? Yeah, you're not going to do shit. And then why is Ford there too? I don't get it. Why is Ford Megan Bayne's like heater and like protecting her there? I don't get this at all, man. I don't know. Chat, who do you think's to blame for this? I really can't tell. I really can't tell, but that seems very fucking unprofessional on Megan Bayne's part. And to just come into the company and do that. If I was Thunder Rosa, I would just ask for my release. I would just ask for my fucking release. And I would say, put me on a 90-day thing where I can't compete. Like, I would just ask for some punishment or something to get the release as well. I would just try and get the fuck out of there. Because this shouldn't be happening. You know? And Megan Bayne should know better. And I am a Megan Bayne fan. But this is some Joey Janela level of unprofessionalism. You know what I mean, dude? That's some bullshit right there, in my humble opinion. So moving along, we'll see what chat thinks about that situation as well. Actually, let me check in with you guys. Like, I want to know. Have you ever seen the rain? Conan does not want to be on his show, not his birthday or Irish national holiday. Dude, yeah, Conan is Conan's just let him be. He's a legend. He books his wrestling. He does a good goddamn job of it. And he has a good podcast with his boys. Just let him do his thing. You know what I mean? I got nothing but love for K-Dog. So, yeah, that was awkward. I don't know who to blame, Bayne, or is it fucking Thunder Rosa's fault, right? Speaking of faults, here is John Moxley just copying Roman Reigns' promo almost word for word.
Which means this is my microphone. That's my camera. This is my ring. This is my building. You're sitting in my damn seats. This is my show. This is my ring. This cameraman right here, this is my cameraman. These people, these are all my people because they acknowledge me. Which means this is my micro.
Mox doesn't have an original bone in his body. So Dynamite did a 563 with a .17. Triple ouch. Octuple ouch. So Baydala, again, we fucking destroyed him. Tony Khan, I find it hard to believe Tony Khan ghosted anyone. I was advised not to take Coachman shit seriously. Meanwhile, Tony Khan ghosts everyone. Chavo, Big Swole, Pillman Jr., CM Punk. We went through the list earlier. Raj Giri points out that Collision scored its lowest audience of the year and its third lowest in show history for last Wednesday's episode. Pardon me, this is Dynamite. Dynamite averaged 563K viewers with a .17 rating. These numbers do not include the Max simulcasts, which are not available. The audience was the lowest since the move to Max, while the demo rating was the normal range. Year over year, Dynamite was down 32%. So there you go, man. Fightful Select spoke to sources within WBD and confirmed that official numbers are kept very close to the vest, even within the company. However, they did confirm that since debuting, AEW is ranked among the top live sports. We read this. This really doesn't mean shit. And then Ref MJ from NJ goes, Fightful doesn't speak to anyone of any importance to WBD. But here's some back of the envelope math that extrapolates that AEW is not generating. Anyone making claims that AEW is doing 1 million on Max or even combined TBS Max is lying. MJ saying, nay, you all are a bunch of liars. It should also be noted that WBD offers 2, maybe 3 sports at a time on Max. The NBA is having a down ratings year, and despite offerings, all sports on Max has 1.3% of market share for streaming. So that's terrible. You know what I mean? So basically, I don't know how to break this shit. I don't know how to break this down. Max has 1.3% of streaming. Do you guys understand that? So their number 10 can't take them into the millions. Like if you just crunch it the way MJ can. Okay? Anyways, take his word for it, not Thirsty Thurston, who awful destroys. And awful is fucking, he's a mean one, Mr. Grinch, you know? So Tony Khan believed that Ricky Saint Starks was leaving AEW due to his connection with Cody Rhodes. What the fuck? Well, I just thought he was leaving anyway.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
Then why didn't you let him go? What the fuck? So AEW, and it's, because he's friends with Cody, nothing else, right? So Cultaholic says AEW moved Double or Nothing to Glendale, Arizona this year. So this is what the Observer said, though. Actually, so let me do it in Dave, okay? AEW moved Double or Nothing to Glendale, Arizona this year, as the date was seen as too soon after WrestleMania. If it was held in the usual Las Vegas location, it would make no difference. It makes no difference to me. It would make zero fucking difference if they held Double or Nothing a month later in Vegas. It literally would not make one difference. they're coping, and they're just way too focused on WWE. That's the problem. They're too focused on WWE. That's proof of it. Okay? So to end this AEW news segment, we head over to, speaking of Husey, here's one of his AI thumbnails over on K100, right? And we're going to listen to Eric Bischoff talk about if Dave Meltzer is lying to cover for AEW's downfall. Now, this is somewhat of an impromptu Dave Meltzer dumb moment of the week, I guess. So we will play a flute, just a quick little taste, the Daddy Magic taste of the Dave Meltzer flute. So let's hear what Bischoff has to say about basically Meltzer covering up for this TV deal. Now, the reason it's in AEW news is because it pertains to the TV deal. Husey speculated, Conan allegedly. You know, I've talked about it. The cons are like putting their own money up for this shit. It has to be some of that. But yeah, let's listen to this. Yeah.
Yeah, well, the very arrogant way he tries to like deflect these basic criticisms that people have is what bothers me, because like he's trying to tell everybody now that we have to apologize because they got a $170 million deal and supposedly they're going to be profitable going forward. All right, just for one sentence. But my basic thing is like, well, dude, WWE just got 787.
It's not even that. Nobody can compare, even you can't compare WWE to AEW in any way, shape, or form. Right. But here's the deal with Dave. You asked earlier, why does Dave do this? Why does Dave do that? Why does he keep ignoring all these other, data points? It's because it's all he's got. And it's the TV deal is all he's got. He can't talk about any other aspect of the business without being honest about it. So he talks about something. He talks about a mirage. That deal, and again, I don't know anything. I've never seen the contract, but I'm 100% confident in what I'm about to say. Either Dave Meltzer has seen the contract and AEW's financials, and if he has, he knows within that contract there are thresholds. AEW will have to reach a certain. Now, again, I don't know this is a fact, but I've not seen.
So tiered thresholds, etc. This is the shit I've speculated on, as well as just them putting up their own fucking money for some of this, as long as WBD can peel off the top. I promise some of that's going on.
Too many.
How do you promise that? Because I got a feeling. No, I can't promise it, but prove me wrong. I want to be proven wrong so that I can know what I'm right about or what I'm wrong about. Like I want them to go, no, legit, they put up the money. Here's why. Da-da-da. I want that proven so badly so I can just shut the fuck up about it. We don't have to speculate. And the reason being is because Meltzer and them want to go, the TV deal, we're a challenger brand. It's like, fucking prove it. Like, we don't know that. TNA is more of a challenger brand. There, I said that. Prove that they aren't, in comparison. That's all, I want to see some numbers. Like, you want to definitively claim all this shit, Dave, and everyone else. Show us.
Your TV deals that don't have thresholds, performance thresholds in them. Maybe Tony's such a good salesman, he got around that. But let me finish. Thresholds is the number one issue. Yeah, it's a $170 million contract, a face value. Pay close attention to people that are listening to this. If you're an aggregator, I call you a parasite. But if you're going to aggregate this, do it in context and the whole thing, please. Thank you very much. I posit that $170 million deal that is the only thing that Dave can stand on is an illusion, because I don't think it's an all-cash deal. I believe that there is a significant portion of that $170 million that has nothing to do with cash. It has everything to do with the cash value.
Right. That's 100% what it is. Actually, they're getting $6 million every 2 weeks. Every week, 3.6. Now that those checks are rolling in, Brian, they're starting to spend some of that money. Couldn't build a ring in Australia, though.
of a certain amount of commercial inventory that Turner is providing to AEW. It's called, in contractual terms, in-kind, in quotes, in-kind value. What that does, and by the way, that commercial inventory that they're getting is called remnant inventory. It's inventory that they haven't sold and they can't sell. So what do? They say, I'll tell you what, Joe Blow, I know you want $100 million a year for a license fee. I'll give you $50 million in cash, but I'll give you $65 million worth of promotion. That making the whole total deal, whatever the total is. So I again, no inside information. I just have enough confidence to suggest that a large portion of that $170 million deal isn't even real. It's significantly less than that. But that now, Dave either knows that, and I've challenged him online. And I'll challenge you right here, Dave. If you have seen this contract, I want you to tell me
exactly.
Either
just fucking say it already, you know? Say what, like, he can't, because he gets fucking sheets off Discords that are fake doctored fucking things and says they're WWE memos. He's or a WBD rather memos. He's a fucking clown shoes.
There is in-kind promotional value, or tell me that I'm absolutely wrong because you've seen the contract. Can't have it both ways. You either know what you're talking about or you don't. We'll see.
Could it be possible that for Tony not to look bad, to have put in some money into that? Like, say, here's $50 million, just say this is part of the deal?
I wouldn't buy that, just because it's creative, but it's a publicly held company and they generally don't like too much creative. And besides that, there's no real benefit to Turner.
So here, yeah,
this is the one thing that confuses me. There's no real benefit to Turner for that $170 million a year, $185 million, whatever it is, whatever the number is, because I don't believe the number's real anyway. I believe it's partially real and partially in-kind value. Typically, networks, especially one that's broke. I mean, Turner woke up 6 months ago to a $9 billion loss.
Yeah.
I mean, this is not a company that's riding high. They're spinning off major divisions because they're poor. They're so poorly performing. So why would TBS want it publicized that there is that how much they paid in a license fee? That's the other part that's weird to me. And then perhaps it was negotiated because it was important to Tony. Tony's like Dixie Carter in the sense that the most.
Oh, come on. That's not very fair, Eric. I'm not like Dixie Carter. Not at all. This isn't like my personal playground. That's not very fair. Tell him, Conrad.
Oh, come on now, Eric.
Oh, come on now, Eric. That's not very fair to try and say that a healthy AEW is not healthy for the wrestling business.
Important thing was the perception. As long as the perception was that you were growing and things were getting better, the reality didn't matter.
Let me just tell you this. I think that what's happened with AEW, Eric, is, you know how you said that Tony and Dave had the same taste, like the high flying, the Japanese style, you know, all that. They found a niche that likes that also, but it's only a niche. And you're not going to make
money. Dude, it's a niche within a fucking niche. We know. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for AEW news. And I'm going to check in with chat, and then we're going to dive into some Federation news, and then we'll have an official Meltzer moment of the week, I believe. But yeah, we got lots of WWE news to get to. So my ADHD made me turn on Jurassic Park. WBD is hoping the new Superman movie does very well, and if it doesn't, it's going to get worse. Yeah, if that thing flops, I'm telling you. It's not going to be pretty, man. And, yeah. Even their comics, they're doing a big crossover with Marvel right now, where they're going to drop a bunch of, like, one-shots that are crossovers. Because they're all getting desperate, man. Oh, my word. I am just snotty, folks. Hopefully this passes. I think I'm on like my last day or two of this fucking head cold here. WBD is also taking a bath with the gaming side. Yeah, everywhere. Comics, movies, gaming, everything. Trust me. I know. Dave is a great liar, that he is. WBD is praying that new Superman movie's a bomb. That's absolutely. I've been tweeting that out longer than anyone. I did work on stuff like a long time ago. I got to see a bunch of the like concept art and shit like a long time ago, like months and months ago. I think I can talk about it now, so a little bit. So Phil Mark's out, coming soon. But yeah, so I'm hoping it does well too. You know what I mean? I'm hoping it fucking does well too, guys. So yeah. And then Creature Commandos, I hear, is good. They got fast track for season 2. So you know what I mean? Hopefully I gotta watch it. I gotta watch Invincible yet. What else do I gotta do? I gotta watch these movies. Captain America. I gotta watch fucking Wolfman. I gotta watch Nosferatu. I've been slacking, chat. I've been slacking on movies here. And I finished Cobra Kai. But yeah, I gotta watch some shit. So I don't know. I'm going to do Wolfman or Nosferatu, I think, next. I'm going to go out and watch Captain America. And yeah, Phil Mark's out, coming soon. It's a channel where it's not going to be like this, where I podcast and shit. Maybe a podcast down the line or something. But it's just going to be more... When I have the channel up, and then I'll get you guys to go over and subscribe to it and stuff on the show. And it'll be more me talking about like pop culture and shit, but like with like an edited, scripted style more. And like review stuff, and my wife might review some shit with me too. So, and yeah, it'll be a fun channel, and that's where I'll go off more, because I notice you guys like to talk when I start rambling about like the fucking giving my thoughts on certain things. You guys like it, so it's like, yeah, I'll go over on this other channel and react to all that stuff for you guys and give reviews and things like that in a different way, a little different flavor in your ear. And yeah, I guess while I'm plugging shit too, I'll hit this. And while I have your attention, head on down to the link, www.shop.com. And there's a link in the description, and use the promo code. It's actually not a promo code. It's that fucked up link at the top there. And if you click on it, not only will you help scratch our back, but we'll scratch yours, and we'll rub your dick and get it hard with a Blue Chew too, because we'll throw in a fucking pack of Blue Chew, and they're getting free plugs too. So next time you buy some, oh come on now, Phil, that's not very fair to plug my plug, to plug people who don't sponsor you. Damn it, I need to make it longer than 30 seconds so I can go off on tangents. But yeah, guys, if you buy WWE merch from the shop, use my link, and it's no extra cost. So you fucking hook up this show. And yeah, just supports what I do and support WWE and shit. You know what I'm saying? Here we go. Freakcast running wild. It really is. Yeah, I'm watching the fights over here, and I'm just killing a little bit of time before I get in this WWE news. I'm just catching a little break. You know what I mean? I'm scrolling the other feed too to see if there's anything of note before we jump into this, because Collision went down. We have people arguing with sickos. Bailey really took Ricky Starks out for a drink. Pardon me, I'll just throw this in the WWE bookmarks because he's a WWE superstar now. Pardon me. So, yeah, I'll play the breaking news and we'll get right through these. I'm just hanging out with chat. Take a little. No one's home. I'm home alone tonight. Everybody's gone out of the homestead. People are visiting families, and I'm all alone in this world tonight. So it's quiet around here, around these parts. And yeah, we're just watching UFC. Chat, how is Collision? Let me know. Phil doing pop culture. Sweet. Yeah, yeah, pretty much. And just other things like YouTube stuff. I'm really into like YouTube lore and stuff like that. So you guys will really like it. If you like what I do over here, it's an extension of that, but just the other shit, you know? And I think Phil Marks Out is a cute name. Cute name. No. But yeah, it'll be good shit. And it'll be more like scripted stuff. And I might go live and shit over there, like eventually, though. If I do a shit, it'll be because it blows up or something and you guys demand it in the comments or something, and then I'll have to reschedule everything. But yeah. It's horrible. How was Gabe Kidd? Was Gabe Kidd good? It's nobody's watching Collision. It's a double-ended butt plug. Well, what part am I? Hold on. Nosferatu's trippy. Have you guys seen the original? Phil, what dinosaur would you pork? The least spiky one. The one that doesn't have the spikes on his back. You know what I mean? I think WBD owns a stake. Yeah, maybe like 5% or something. Great movie. That was a great record. Collision is going to disappear. Yeah, it will disappear. I fully agree. Ray J's World says, I just want to hear Phil's Tony Khan impression saying how he loves crossovers. Well, my favorite crossover is, well, not my favorite. Actually, let me circle back, okay? I'm gonna tell, hold on, right? This is great. I'm so glad you asked me. This is great. This is the greatest thing I've ever spoken about before, ever. This is great. This is great. So my favorite crossover growing up was Freddy versus Jason, okay? So not only did you have two killers from different feds, from different horror franchises, but they crossed over to try and kill each other. And not only did they fight in Dreamland, but they fought in the real world too. This was great, okay? However, as I got older, I realized that if you want to put on a string of excellent shows, you get the most longevity out of Godzilla vs. Kong. There's been 6 major motion pictures and film franchises total. If you count Toho, there's 12 Godzilla vs. Kong movies, okay? And I think undoubtedly it's the greatest of all time. What's another crossover? The greatest crossover will be when Marty McFly and Time Cop crossover. The best is yet to come, okay? Because AEW is announcing a crossover with Time Cop. Is that good enough, dude? Oh my God. Kenny Omega and Will Ospreay star in Time Cop 3, coming to a theater near you. Alien vs. Predator, TMT, and Batman. Yeah, there's a bunch of them. When my favorite part was when Leonardo handed over his sword, his katanas to Batman. And they told Shredder, look, this is great. And I like where they both went 50-50. My favorite part was when Batman went 50-50 with Shredder. That was great. No, I gave them more time. I know the sales dropped. Listen, I know the sales dropped after 3 issues, but I gave them more time. They got more issues because of me. Oh my God. Holy shit. Yeah. Alien vs. Predator. It was I actually saw something on Twitter about Alien vs. Predator, and this dude was like, I would write it where I'll do it as Tony Khan. So how I would book it is, Predator goes to a planet and he's preying on folks, but then out of nowhere, boom, xenomorphs. This is great. But then boom, out of nowhere, Time Cop. And then Time Cop teams up with the Pointer Sisters and they fight Oba Femi because we don't like him or NXT. Oh my God. Chat's going bad shit. Yeah, that was good shit. How do you fucking do that with your voice? I don't know. I don't know, dude. Did I already cover Thunder Rosa? Yes.
I don't know.
I did. I covered it. And go and watch the replay. Go and watch it now because, I'll probably, I was just flat out playing clips. I'm going to have to throw that on Patreon. Okay, let me drink some water, then WWE news time. People are like, what the fuck is going on? Well, actually, you know, when what were they doing? Robots in disguise. More than meets the eye, Dave Meltzer. There's more than meets the eye. Robots in disguise, Brian. When the when the Decepticons, Brian, when they open the forbidden door and the Transformers the beasties came through, Brian. Oh shit. What was he saying? There's more than meets the eye. Transformers, robots in disguise. When the Transformers crossed over with the Power Rangers, Brian. It was like when Sami Zayn beat Punk on Raw. They got so much offense in. Oh, man. Oh, man. Yeah, let me give a best guys.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Because we just smashed his knee.
Smashed your knee to obliterate.
Okay, let's get into some WWE. Sorry, guys. I went full fucking restart there. Here we go. So Samantha Irvin, after people were like, girl, you think you could be a wrestler? And she showed her main character syndrome through and through. She shared before and after pics from her tryout of December 2020. So here's her just showing her little naked body there with the big bruises. Yeah, I mean, I'd document it too, probably. It's like, shit, you earned those bumps. But yeah, you didn't make it as a grappler. So why do you think in 2020 Vince was around, man? No. So, like, why the fuck? She just really wanted to be her, you know? So Cultaholic reports, you know, WWE Women's Division frustrated with current booking. Same with Fightful and everyone. As I pointed out, and lots of people liked and shared, because it's true. And as Conan has stated publicly and behind the scenes, as soon as things are going really good for WWE, some bullshit make-believe story no one can confirm about, and it's typically the women are frustrated in WWE, right? When things are smooth sailing, when really whoever you talk to and ask, and again, I'm not a dirt sheet, but like, come on, you guys know I get fucking DMs. People let's say I were to ask somebody, the response I'd likely get is that there's more turmoil in the women's locker room right now. We just watched it with Thunder Rosa and Megan Bayne. Yet the sheets are going to come out and go, the women aren't whatever. And then Hughesy's like, the women are happier than ever, Phil. I mean, middle card titles, more matches. They're establishing the tags like I'm bitching about. They are. Liv, Raquel, Naomi and Bianca, by the way, chef's kiss better than Jade being in the group. I will say that. Before we continue, though, I will throw in a quick WWE Smackdown review as well, okay? Because I forgot to do that earlier. So we'll quickly share this tab. Here's my quick review. We had Jey Uso versus Drew McIntyre. But sorry, to kick off the show, people are making their way to the arena. Cody Rhodes is walking into the arena, and then Nick Aldis. So the Dirt Sheets report, the women's match is scrapped, and Cody Rhodes' match is scrapped entirely because of the Rock showing up. Meanwhile, Cody was in this fucking uber viral segment with the Rock or whatever. And Nick Aldis interrupts Cody Rhodes, and he's like, dude, you're not in the match. Like, this goes above me, if you smell what I'm cooking. And so basically it came from the Rock, like, you're pulled out of that match. And the tag match still went on, just wasn't a 6-man. But yeah, we had Jimmy and Drew. Pretty fucking solid match, man. Jimmy is doing great work, and he is going to, I don't know if he'll ever be as over as Jay, but he'll come into his own for sure. The people will accept him. But yeah, he beat Drew McIntyre with like a reversal roll up. That was a good finish for sure. It wasn't flat or nothing, but fucking, it's shocking that they just beat Drew so much all the time. Like, they're just willing to beat his ass all the time. So here we go. The Miz and Carmelo Hayes. So the Miz is like, dude, we'll be called Mellow Don't Miz. And it wasn't really working for me, but the backstage segment's kind of getting me. Then in ring, they took on R-Truth and LA Knight. And R-Truth. So, well, first off, in ring, the Miz and Mello work like as this odd couple. I'm fucking with it. I like it. And that finisher, they didn't hit it as clean as they will coming up. But that, like, what does Miz call that? The skull crushing finale into the code breaker. That's a fucking really good finish too. So they wrestle R-Truth and LA Knight, and R-Truth is like, yeah, dog, I got my fucking mystery partner from Louisiana, from New Orleans. It's Louisiana Knight, bro. I popped so fucking hard, man. Let's get a yeah. I popped so hard for Louisiana Knight, dude. Right? And so the match was what it was. I'm down. R-Truth tagged Miz in at one point, which is a great callback to them being a team, etc. They did a video package for Zelina Vega, and she's like, it looked very Need for Speed Underground Dub Edition or whatever. Is that the right game? Am I naming it right, chat? Need for Speed Underground Dub Edition, or maybe those are two different games, but the one where you race people and get their cars and shit, I think it was for PlayStation 2, right? And like the girl leaning on the crotch rocket. It's very like Fast and Furious-y, right? And I like the vibe, and people are like, push Zelina. We'll see, you know? Like, there's girls in NXT that I think are more refined than her, but she cuts a good promo, and she was in that Fighting with My Family movie, fighting Florence Pugh, who was playing Paige. She played AJ Lee in that movie, so she ain't going nowhere. She ain't going nowhere. And, yeah, that was good shit. Stratton versus Candice LeRae. Candice LeRae doing good work. Her titty fell out during the match. We'll talk about that in a bit. Now, I didn't bookmark the titty. I'm not one of these guys gooning on fucking Twitter. Stop doing that, sickos. Right? I'm not saying for scientific purpose, don't look up the thing, the titty popping out, you know, whatever. People are curious. Women look it up too. If fucking Roman Reigns' dong fell out of his shorts during a match, everyone would look it up. It's not gay, Chad, if you're a guy. And if you're a gay dude, then you'll tell everyone it's not gay. I'm sure. You'll let them know. And women are going to look that up too. Women looked up the titty. Okay, it's not lesbo either if you're a lady and you looked up the titty, unless you want it to be, and that's cool too. That's totally cool too. But what I'm saying here, sorry guys, I'm trying to make light of this because people got too mad. There's wrestlers like, fuck any guy who, and there was guys like gooning out being gross. And I mean, her titty fell out. They blacked out the feed. You see the picture. It's not even her full titty. It's just like the top of the titty. I said titty a lot. YouTube probably going to yellow flag this one. But in mine, no, maybe not in mine. That's a kid's game. Never mind. We're going to a weird place here, chat. But you guys know what I'm saying, right? A little tip of the nip fell out. And it was what it was. I mean, if that's enough to get you riled up, guys, you got to go meet some ladies and get out in the world a little bit more. But I will tell you this. She was warned, man. Even Vince Russo, Barrow, he's the one who called it. Barrow, I was right. I said it, that there will be a wardrobe malfunction, Barrow. And then one time she got gorilla pressed and, you know, her bottom bits almost fell out. I guess the kitty, as Twitter would go, almost fell out. And then now the titty fell out a bit. She's got to fix the attires, right? Now, I'm not one of these. I'm like thirst cast. You know what I mean? I point out when the dudes are looking oiled up and juicy, right? When dudes are looking shreddy as Freddie and Eddie, dude, right? I point it out. I'm all about it, man. These people work hard for those bods. Let them sex it up, dude. But she's got to like watch that. There's kids in the crowd, you know, titties popping out. I'm not one who's like, oh, how dare she? You guys know that, but it's like, yeah, time to once. Okay, mistakes happen. Twice, like after everyone's saying it, and then it's happened to both things. You know, both of the private bits. Yeah, you gotta fucking Tiffy's got to do a little better job. I hope I did that YouTube friendly. Yeah, tit mania. Yeah. There's gas. No. But no gooning. Stop gooning so much, like in public. Keep your goonery in private chat, okay? And yeah. And it's not that embarrassing, just so she knows too. If she's embarrassed by that, maybe because there was kids present and shit, it's embarrassing. And you're on TV a little bit, but it's like, don't be that. It's just, you know, no, it didn't even really, if you see the picture, it's not like the whole titty came out. It's just like the tip of the areola area. I covered it. Anyways, yeah, Stratton defeats LeRae. So that's and yeah, there was a sketchy, this guy writes it here, the Alabama Slam on the outside. Charlotte Flair standing or sitting out there. She's cringe as fuck. There's something about her now. She's just overly cringe with me. I hope Tiffy beats her at Mania. I can't stand her. So The Rock comes out to, I believe, Buckshot by Lil Wayne, kicks off and then it goes into the final boss music. Down, 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 down. So The Rock comes out and he starts strutting and cutting. Some fucking noob drops their phone. So he goes to pick it up and hand it to him. That was kind of cool, I guess. And then, yeah, he goes up on the fucking ropes and he's arm in the air. The crowd's erupting. Rocky, Rocky, Rocky. They're all loving him. He comes out. He announces WrestleMania in New Orleans, which all the fucking sickos online were like, watch, how dumb is everyone going to feel when The Rock just announces WrestleMania there? And it's like, okay, obviously there's going to be more. And then at the top of the show, we knew there'd be more. And then, yeah, he decides to go like heel on the crowd as well. And people are like, well, it's confusing. It's confusing. No, it's not, man. The Rock, final boss, is a fucking heel, even when he shows up on WWE and he's kissing ass and being the handshake, smiley corporate dude. That's him still. At the end of the day, he'll just flip, backstab, go evil. He's in it for himself at the end of the day. Like, that's what he's letting everybody know, but he's going to kiss ass. This makes him almost more of like a bipolar, schizophrenic, egomaniacal heel, in my opinion. This makes him like a loose cannon psychopath. When he shows up, you don't know what you're getting, and The Rock can make it work because he's the fucking Rock. It's not like anyone else. It's not like he's even a tweener. This is heel shit. Even when he's like, yeah, Netflix and thanks everybody and whatever, we're so happy, and here's the Ulafala Roman. Like, he's still a fucking evil heel guy who's doing the corporate shit. So he's gonna shill the corporate stuff, and then he's gonna be like, now you STD ridden pricks. And it's him just healing because he's he's like the new heel authority figure who only comes around once in a while. That's better. Because, like, okay, forever we had everyone hates Vince and the authority. Now it's like everyone loves Triple H and the people in charge, and good, ebbs and flows. We can't just have the authority figures be hated all the time. That's like can be passe and played out sometimes. It'll come back eventually, and it's still here in part when The Rock shows up. We go, oh, fuck. The big boss is here to swing his dick around and pull a Dwayne Johnson and fucking, try and tell everyone what to do and fuck around with what we have going here. That's so good. That's a great dynamic to have. And to have like Aldis and Triple H be like, dude, it's out of our hands and shit. I think that's awesome. So the whole like final boss thing, I'm cool with it, right? Now, The Rock going into heel mode and then tempting Cody and being like, yo, it's corporate Cody, basically. Who said that shit? George Captures, who fucking messaged me with the corporate Cody thing, right? Corporate Cody Rhodes in the building, right? And I think I tweeted that out as well. So it's like The Rock went corporate Rock. Now people were like, I'm confused. We'll listen to Brandon Thurston and them be like, so what? He wants $10 million instead of $2 million? It's like, yeah. Why does George Clooney and Leonardo DiCaprio and The Rock get up and keep making movies? Why do these people get up and why do like some of these boxers make 20 million and then Floyd Mayweather gets up to go fight another fight? Like, why is that? Because there's like another level of like elitism that The Rock is in compared to any WWE superstar. And he's offering that to Cody Rhodes. So that why? He explains it so that your babies will be taken care of. Right? Let's do it together. I want you to be my champion. A lot of people, this doesn't make sense. Well, yeah, it does, bro. If you can't beat him, join him. The Rock tried to beat Cody. He couldn't do it. He tried to use the bloodline and shit to get the belt off Cody. He couldn't get it done. So now it's like, fuck it. I did everything in my power to get that shit done. I couldn't. So Cody, now I want you to be my It's like with fucking Stone Cold. Vince teamed up with Stone Cold eventually because he couldn't stop him. So it's like, God damn it, pal. I need to, you know? So I know people can shit on it. I know people can say it's bad or it wasn't their favorite thing. I know people can shit all over and not like The Rock coming back and doing the final boss thing. But ultimately, I thought it was good shit, pal. And The Rock tells Cody Rhodes, I want it in exchange for your soul. And that's what it is, man. The Rock couldn't beat Cody, so he wants to just take his fucking soul. He couldn't take the belt. He couldn't take the main event away from Cody. He couldn't, throw his weight around the way he thought with Cody Rhodes standing in his way. So now let me take your soul. Let me take your beliefs away. Let me take that shit you stand for. Let me compromise you to benefit those you love. Is it worth it? Sell your soul to the devil, Cody. Right? And this is just Rock manipulating and playing games. And yeah, I mean, we could see a corporate Cody. Who knows? The fact we're asking the question, the fact that we're intrigued by it is what will lead to great success and keep me compelled in it. Now, was it, again, the greatest segment ever? No. Was it boring? No. There's people saying it was boring and shit. I don't think that. I thought it was, we need this right before WrestleMania. Now, The Rock, I bookmarked a bunch of my shit. That press conference was fucking stupid as fuck. That was the part that pissed me off. We'll get to that in a minute. But yeah, I like that segment. DIY versus Pretty Deadly. I'm all about Yes Boy. The Street Profits came out, beat the fuck out of everybody, and they're getting hyped up as a heel team. And then you have Solo and Jacob. Clearly, it's what I predicted. They're building up to a match between them. Solo's going to do his own bloodline thing. He's cutting Solo off. They're, big dogging each other in the tag match. Priest and Strowman get the win and over Solo as well. Priest with a pin over Solo after Jacob fucking super kicks Solo. So we're going to get that match at Mania. Dirt sheets were wrong again. And I was right again. Phil, don't miss. We're getting the breakup here, and it's going to be the Tongans and Jacob, right? And Jacob's, you guys got to remember, Jacob's uncle, I want to say, or maybe even dad. It's either his dad or uncle. Jacob Fatu's dad or uncle. Tama, the Islander Tama, teamed with Haku, who is the Tongans' father, right? Tama and Loa's, the current Tama, because there's two Tamas, right? So they're Jacob's uncle, Tama Fatu, Sammy Fatu, I think is his name, but he was the Islander Tama, used to team with Haku in the old WWF or WWF or the territories or whatever, and fucking Haku is the Tongan's dad or whatever. So the point I'm making is, it's what I said. Jacob's going to take Tama Tonga and Tongaloa, and then I think Solo's going to bring in like Lance and Hikuleo. Or maybe they bring in Hikuleo too, and then he brings in like Zilla and shit. Or maybe they bring in like Hikuleo and Lance and Zilla and all that shit, and maybe Solo goes back with the OG bloodline, because at the end of the day, Solo's OG bloodline. And to make them complete, I truly believe Solo's got to be a baby face with them again. The full, complete OG bloodline. I don't know, because it doesn't feel right without him. Like, I know they tried to usurp it, but Roman and them were the ones telling Solo he was going to be handed the fucking Ulafala one day. And then that never came to be. So it's only right that he's in the OG bloodline too. I don't know. I beat this all to death, but yeah, good shit. Good shit, pal. And then we had The Rock's press conference, okay? So we here we go. Did I bookmark any of it? I don't remember here. Let me just quickly look. No, I don't know if I did. Like, I just tweeted out angrily. So basically at The Rock's press conference, he comes out and they don't ask him anything smart or good or compelling. They're not like, hey, dude, are you going to be around for a while? Hey, man, so he announces he's going to be at Elimination Chamber flat out as well. The Rock will be. And nobody's like, hey, man, so does that mean you're going to have a match or you're never having a match? The Rock confirms as well that he said it, like, I'm a unicorn and this storyline never has to culminate in a match. That's the beauty of it. Hughesy's adamant. He's like, The Rock's never wrestling again. That's what he tells me in fucking DMs. So I don't know. I always disagree with him on that privately, but now I'm like, shit. I might agree with him now because The Rock's like, I ain't gonna wrestle Cody, basically. Some fucking waste of time asshole interviewer gets on there and goes, hey, Rock, so you have a cheat meal? Oh, what's your favorite cheat meal in Louisiana? It's like, you son of a bitch. Fuck you. You're just wasting everyone's time. Okay.
Idiot.
And it's like, you could go on his Instagram, look at his fucking cheat meals, bro. The fuck are you asking him a dumbass question like that for? That pissed me off. They're not following up with anything fucking real. And I don't know. That whole thing sucked ass. And it was just Rock reiterating stories. He said he was going to be in Pride FC as well. Everyone's like, that's a lie. Here's the thing. It might have been Pancrase that he was talking about, but he just doesn't remember properly because it was a long time ago. So people are like, oh, The Rock never would have went to Japan to do MMA. Yeah, he would have. They had a bunch of work shoot, especially Pancrase. They rigged fights all the time. The first few of events of Pride, they had worked fights and real fights on there too. That's known, historically documented, okay? So, yes, The Rock could have went to have shoot fights. People were getting paid. There was shit like Pancrase out there. He may have considered it, you know? He says Coleman and Mark Kerr, though, and they were in Pride, and that was after UFC. Now, they're right, but those guys went to Japan. Like, they were already being eyed up, and there was already MMA going on from, like, 93 and on. So, in 97, yes, there was MMA. Pride spurned off because all of the wrestlers were like, well, we can go make big money in Japan and shit. And then Pride and the Yakuza were like, we got the most money. We'll make the biggest show. We'll mix in the Bushido with the pro wrestling. And so, yes, The Rock and a bunch of people then were considering going over there. That's not now when Hogan's like in the 70s, brother, there was Pride FC. No, that's a lie, right? That was before like the Gracies were still like tapping out karate guys, you know, and in Asia and shit. I don't even think they were, you know, I think Ali and Inoki had a fight or some shit. Like there wasn't really MMA back then, but in the 90s around that time, The Rock's not capping. Like he could have went to UFC even or any of these fucking promotions. And in Japan, they were doling out the most money. And they didn't care if you won or lost. They just wanted you to do steroids and put on exciting fights. Rabid Wolverines LC Killer 17 says, The Rock, give me Black Air Force activity. Yeah, give me your soul. I want your soul, Cody. That shit was pretty crazy, you know?
Conan!
Thank you for that. Ray J's World says, Jacob is super over. Just think 2 years ago, he was an MLW guy. Exactly, man. That's exactly what exploding on the screen. And just, yeah, taking everything by storm and will be a WrestleMania main eventer sooner than later. My prediction is in like a year or two. We'll see him legit main eventing night 1 or night 2, maybe for the World Heavyweight strap or something. He's that dude, man. And yeah, him versus Solo is an inevitability. And I think we see Solo join up with the babyface bloodline and we get another whole ass bloodline spurned out of it. Great shit, pal. So Julian Weeks says this. So here, I'll hit another breaking news because I fucking glossed over, went to a Smackdown. So Julian Weeks says, most people seeing this headline and not reading it, it's definitely not what most think. So Cultaholic says, WWE Women's Division frustrated with current booking. Here's what these assholes said. In Fightful or whatever. I don't know who wrote. I think this is from Fightful, but somebody asked about women's booking, and I said, yes, I've spoken with plenty of women in WWE who are frustrated about the booking of the women. This is not a new thing. It's nowhere near Royal Rumble 2022 level, but there's been a situation where a women's WWE performers reached out to me and said, dude, so this person's trying to say that a wrestler in WWE reached out to them and said, hey, can you find out for me if I'm internally a heel or a babyface?
Liar! Tell us what you know, you goddamn liar!
I don't even believe that shit. I gotta be honest. And I'm like, damn, okay. I know there have been some Mania pitches. So because, let's say it's true. So because one like mid to undercard women's wrestler reached out to you and asked you some shit in jest, you're like, damn, the whole locker room's really fucking upset right now. They want things put on a more even plane in the women's division. The contracts are going up. Viewership is adjusted accordingly for when women are on screen. It's not the sideshow or anything like that. So part of the show, you're adding more titles, add more matches, all of that stuff. There's a lot of people that have been parked. See, he's like, this is lies. He's like Conan, or allegedly, you know, the women's locker room particularly is like on cloud nine right now. They're all like, okay, we got more belts. They're tagging more of us up, whatever. Like, we're getting more matches, more high-profile matches, more opportunities. Chelsea Green defending her U.S. title in Canada, in Toronto, on the Smackdown in Toronto, leading up to the Chamber as well. So that'll be like a huge thing for her. And I don't know, man. I definitely think that this is just a lie. Whenever things are going good in WWE, and go back and look at that tweet, man. Wrestlers like that tweet that I put up. About like, dude, just when shit's going well in WWE, there's some fake story about how it's going bad. When really, if you ask around, the AEW women's locker room are fucking have heat right now with each other, big time. We just saw it on TV, dude. Listen closely. This will be on a Matthew Botchamania. I think this is Drew McIntyre saying, "I need a fucking break after that sequence" or something.
I need a fucking break after that sequence.
Someone said that. I need a fucking break after that sequence. Who said that? The ref, or was that like a production guy?
I need a fucking break after that sequence.
Yeah, that sounded like someone on a headset somewhere who didn't know that their mic was hot almost or something. Logan Paul claims he's banned from entering Egypt. So Japan and now Egypt. He says Mr. Beast just uploaded a new video exploring the pyramids or something, and I love the pyramids. So I was like, Jimmy, can I come? And he was like, for sure, dude. Then a week later, he called me and was like, dude, unfortunately, the Egyptian government said that you can't come. Otherwise, we can't come. And I was like, wait, what? I know I pissed people off at the Egyptian government. I've never, ever been to Egypt. Why can't I come to the pyramid, Jimmy? So he said, I know I pissed people off at the Egyptian government. Well, that's why, dude. He said, I don't know. The government specifically said you were the only person that cannot come on this trip. Damn, Logan Paul, man, got real life heat everywhere. SmackDown co-lead writer Road Dogg. So I just read this and was like, what the fuck is he talking about? Says he pushed for Big E to win the championship instead of Kofi at Mania 35. And Road Dogg said, I wanted Big E to win the title at Kofi Mania. I thought Big E was the guy, and a guy on my writing team who now writes for NXT said, you're wrong, boss. You're wrong. It's Kofi. And I didn't realize that Kofi had such a personal connection with the fan base. I was just looking for who's the next guy, and I didn't think, oh, the guy's sitting right here. I was trying to make this guy over here, and yeah, never been so happy to be wrong, though. What a moment. You can go back in time and fuss about what happened the next week, over the next year, whatever. Who cares? Kofi won the title at WrestleMania. Nobody can ever take that away. Big E had his moment. It was going to come around, just wasn't his time yet. I saw something that it was there. It just wasn't time yet. The timing was Kofi. It was Kofi time, and I've never been so happy to be wrong and couldn't be more happy from the guy it happened for to whatever. If I was writing again, I'd whatever. So I don't know. He's just babbling and coping, I guess, now. Not to be a hater, but it's like, what the fuck are you even talking about? Why would you admit that part? I admit I was wrong. Sorry, just answering the text. Anyways, Drew McIntyre revealed via Instagram that he has liquid drained from his knee 45 minutes prior to his match on SmackDown tonight. So 45 minutes before, dude. Not for the fucking weak-stomached and faint of heart, folks. Look away. Look how much. Oh. God damn it. Look how much shit. Do you know how much that hurts too? And he's not even like wincing. And you see that nurse with the gloves? She's like squeezing the stuff out too. Now she's not squeezing hard, but she is applying the pressure and getting as much out
Kind
as
of like
possible.
angle upward so it opens up that. There you go.
Or he. I don't know if it's dudes, they, whatever. They, thems. Guys, that is fucked. Oh my God. And he still went out there. I bet he has like shit floating around in there, like cartilage chunks and stuff. Fuck. So here's Natty at the dungeon, I believe, saying, I love your passion for wrestling, Masha Slamovich. So Masha, the TNA Knockouts champion, training with Natty. Here's Danielson on Vince McMahon telling him a week after WrestleMania 30 that he wanted to make Roman Reigns the next John Cena. So let's listen to this.
I won when I won the world championship at WrestleMania 30, I wasn't their guy, right? I wasn't. They had plans as far as like, okay, we really want to transition to Roman Reigns being the guy. Like Vince legitimately sat me down and told me that. It was really funny because the conversation was like, he's like, okay, so we have these great plans, and this is like.
And shout out TMZ, by the way, in Mojo Raleigh.
A week after I had won the title or whatever, and he's like, "Okay, we've got these big plans. We'll have a couple title defenses for you in between now and SummerSlam. But at SummerSlam, you'll wrestle Brock Lesnar, and he'll destroy you. And then we'll build up Brock Lesnar for Roman Reigns, and Roman will be the next, and we'll make Roman the next John Cena." And he's telling this to me, and I'm like, and then I just kind of said, okay, that's great, but I would kind of like to be the next John Cena. And I remember seeing the look on Vince's face where he's just like, oh, I didn't think you even saw that as a possibility for yourself.
Jesus, yeah.
It's like, it was.
They tried so hard to fucking stop that Yeselmania shit, dude.
It was really funny. And then this is the only time Vince has ever backtracked with me. That's the only time. He whenever he said something, he always kind of stuck to it. But that's the only time he ever backtracked. He's like, hey, well, nobody can really be the next John Cena. It's like, but it was just, but in his mind, I wasn't the guy. I was just the guy that they needed at that particular point because the fans wouldn't have wanted it any other way.
Damn, dude. That's shitty for Brian. I understand why he's dipped out of there. So I tweeted this out per Pro Wrestle Times, I guess. Mike Tyson will be at WWE World April 17th to 21st, just announced on SmackDown during the Netflix commercial break or whatever. I don't know if it was on air for you guys. Here's Triple H roasting Logan Paul.
Hey, bro, he said that bird all over me. I didn't even notice. He said it. My stylist tells me it's style.
Like somebody was trying to get rid of a greenish brown jacket and that bird all over it. I got just the guy that'll buy it.
Bro, here I am thinking like, oh, the shoes kind of close to this color wise. I'm looking good. How much do you think this jacket was, bro?
It's a couple grand.
Couple grand?
Yeah. Style. Style.
Spent $2 grand on a jacket so my boss can get on me. We are gonna need you to play, bro.
$2 grand on a jacket, dude. So my boss can shit on me. That's funny. Sonia DeVille reveals that she was actually in the middle of contract negotiations with WWE at the time of her being told she would not be renewed. She said, we were in the middle of negotiations, and so I thought the phone call was going to be the middle ground that we met on, an agreement, a contract. And it was, we are not renewing your contract. So for complete transparency, which this is really the first time I'm saying this, I was shocked. However, she also goes to bat for WWE and is like, yeah. And she was like, I don't get people at all who shit on WWE after they leave. So she was renegotiating, and I guess they just didn't want to meet at that new number. So yeah, I wrote, The Rock just confirmed he's going to be at the Elimination Chamber too. Big E praises new WWE role as it allows him to be a fan again. And he says to Kevin Iole, the cool thing now for me in this role is I do the pre-shows, post-shows for all the PLEs. I get to be a fan again. I get to cover the card, and I have a lot of fun with that, so I really enjoy it. Shout out Biggie, man. Here is Sonya, saying she can't relate to those that badmouth WWE when they leave. Let's take a look.
I got the call from my manager that I booked this role that I had auditioned for. How weird is the universe? What a beautiful thing. Like, what is there to be mad about? I see people leave and they say bad things about the company, or they talk crap, or they say whatever they say, and I cannot relate. I genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, I cannot relate. I loved every minute of it. I love everybody there. I love everything I got to do, everything I did, experienced. But that was a chapter, and it was a decade long. A decade. Travel, wrestle, eat, sleep, repeat. And it was fun. But now I have no choice but to listen to the universe and the universal signs. Like, hey, D, that was good. But here's what's next. And
that's like the smallest glimmer of what's next. What they already have lined up for you.
Yeah.
Let the universe by they, but
yeah. It's exciting.
Yeah, I don't know. She's excited. She's never going to badmouth WWE, and good on her. Calling out people who do that shit. It was announced by The Rock, WrestleMania, April 11 and 12. Sorry. My wife's fucking texting me over here. Headquarters. Sorry. So breaking news, The Rock announced New Orleans WrestleMania Saturday, April 11th and 12th in 2026. There we go. In New Orleans. We already kind of knew that. There's reportedly growing frustrations, with women over their booking. So someone else goes on record and says, I've spoke to plenty of women in WWE. Nobody naming names, though. That's what I fucking hate about this. Not one person naming a fucking name or saying, like, this specific person. Just, there's lots of people who are fucking mad right now. Nobody, I don't believe any of this. Like, everything, Husey and shit's telling me is like, no, everyone's super happy. Sorry, just texting my wife. Women, they need money. Am I right? Send her some money there. Anyway, so we okay. So here we go. So we've covered this ad nauseum here already on the show. All right. I guess they're happy, and there's a reason to, like, they want to push all the women on the main roster, so they're not going to call up everyone right away. Someone like Roxanne, of course, deserves a spot, but I guess the women's sentiment, and this is, and allegedly, is that, like, no, they are fleshing out the tag division, and there is more opportunities. We got IC titles and US titles and shit. So I don't know if I believe this. When things seem to be going peachy keen, that's when fucking people like to say there's turmoil. As a matter of fact, again, there's problems in the AEW women's locker room, and then there's fucking, all of a sudden, people are saying there's problems in the WWE women's locker room. We can see the women's locker room in WWE. They're a tight-knit community. They all seem to get along. They work well together. There's good chemistry on TV. In the women's locker room, we have ugly shit that happens between Thunder Rosa and Megan Bayne, where you can't tell if it's a work shoot or shoot work or whatever the fuck. Miss October 30 says no women talk to a dirt sheet. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So Dave just wrong again here, as it is, as it were, as it always will be, right? And Fightful as well, just lying and saying things. Yeah, sorry, I don't know why I said Dave. I think I read that in chat as I was glancing at chat. But basically, I just don't believe these people when they say that, and this is WWE leaking shit to get people talking about shit. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson will star alongside Leonardo DiCaprio and Emily Blunt in a Martin Scorsese directed crime drama set in the 1960s to 70s in Hawaii. Johnson plays a ruthless Hawaiian crime boss where the war for cultural survival takes place. What about me, JD? Oh, Martin Scorsese, Leonardo, I fucked them. Oh, right. So we got the Elimination Chamber card. We got Cody Rhodes and The Rock segment, which will cook. We got Sammy and Owens, which will cook. We got Nia and Candice versus Tiffy and Trish. That'll be whatever. Then we got the men's elimination chamber. Stacky, dude. Okay. We got Priest, Logan, Seth, Drew, Cena, Punk, Roman, nowhere to be found. Who's his match for Mania? It's got to be Punk, right? Or someone? No? Who? I don't know. Chat, who's Roman's fucking opponent?
I don't know.
No clue. Hey, I'm walking here. And then the women's. We got Roxanne, and then we got the Bay. What do they say for Bailey? Oh, we want some Bailey. Naomi. We got Bliss. We got Liv. We got Bianca. So yeah, the tag champs are going to be working together. It's fucked that they're not in a tag sitch, man. You know? Why not? But NXT 689 with a 0.17. Octuple ouch. Julian Weeks takes a screen grab and he says, for those that say this is all last second or a change of plans, please explain why Cody had this on his video he posted on the 1st of February. On the 1st of February, Cody Rhodes posted this February. And he had advertised Friday, February 21, New Orleans, Louisiana, Cody and The Rock, a throwback to them drinking. It wasn't last minute and thrown together. They're working the fucking dirt sheets. They're working the dirt sheets, guys. They're working the sheets. On the 1st, Cody already announced The Rock was going to be there, just subliminally. And then they tell everyone, oh, there's problems in the women's division. Look, a match got scrapped. And then we see that brawl between the women, and we're like, damn, there's some heat here. And then The Rock comes back, and it was already planned for 3 weeks, at least. Before then, if Cody was posting it on the 1st, it's fucking planned for a month already or whatever. So I don't know what to tell you guys. I keep telling y'all, man. Phil don't miss. The sheets just get worked. They get played like fucking Legos, dude. So, and their brains are smaller than Lego men's for believing. There's my, there you go. I just Brendan Schaubed right there. There you have it. There's where my brain, mine too. I got Lego brains too, chat, for believing in anything other than Joe Hendry or PWT. No, Carlito said he'd like his retirement match. Now, again, PWT don't miss to be hair versus something match, hair versus mustache against Dom, or hair versus mask against the Dragon Lee or something like that, dude. Penta, let's fucking go. I've been saying that too. So, yeah, I tweeted this out. The Rock basically confirmed he isn't wrestling Cody Rhodes ever, and now some cringe guy's asking Rock what his fucking cheat meal would be. Go on his IG, you waste of time, asshole. Ask him if he's ever going to wrestle again or if he's going to be on Mania for sure. If him and Roman will ever resolve their shit. Asking about food. So, yeah, I went hard on that. I'm sorry, media, dude. Sheamus's Celtic Warrior workouts. It was a fun one. If you guys didn't watch, little clips and bits of it there with Penta. But Penta reveals he's been wrestling with a torn bicep for 3 goddamn years. Some sickos tried to go, WWE, they didn't do medical testing, blah, blah, blah. That means AEW didn't either, idiots. But also, people work with torn shit all the time. Everybody works hurt, dude. It's the wrestling business. Hacksaw Jim Duggan signs a WWE Legends deal. Ho! Give me a ho in chat. So then hashtag WWE Women Deserve Better is currently trending 22 in the United States. It's like, clearly they don't deserve that much better, you motherfuckers. No, but this is all around some make-believe story. So, yeah, I covered this before. I was like, here's the thing. It could have been... You know, it could have been Pancrase The Rock was talking about and not Pride FC. Hacksaw Jim Duggan announced on his podcast. I didn't know he had a podcast, the Hacksaw Hour. So there you go. He's got a Legends deal. Carmella. So she has recently been, her contract expired and they didn't renew it. Now, I wonder if, here's an X-Files, which I don't think we've hit this entire fucking show. I wonder if this has anything to do with Corey Graves's seeming unhappiness or demotion or whatever. Also, though, I don't want to chalk it up to that. Everyone's like, see, they let Carmella go. She never got a chance. Now, Mella is money. I fucking love Mella. She removed all references to WWE, and the website put her in the alumni section, and her contract's officially expired. Leah Van Dale is her name, and Hi Baby Gorgeous. She removed any reference to WWE from her socials, so probably drinking wine and watching Bravo. Found her a snatch for her. And shout her out, shout out Graves. Here's the thing. We also don't know. So, guys, her health is uncertain, right? You guys know that. I hope, right? Carmella's health is uncertain. Like, she has some post-birth shit going on where I think she, like, doesn't stop bleeding or something. So, like, her taking bumps might not be in the card. Now, I don't want to speculate and be insensitive towards one's health, you guys know, but if anything, I think they just let it run up so she can be free to do other things just in case of that. It's not like a mad at WWE, or maybe she is upset. Who fucking knows, right? All I'll say is this. She would have been on a juicier Vince type contract as well. And when it comes up, it's like, girl, we're not using you. Like, okay, have Carmella be a backstage or whatever. And they have babies and she's really enjoying her time just raising the babies and stuff. That's what you gotta, which more, I encourage that too. Mothers like being able to fucking, just raise their kids and focus on just that. I think that's, missing a lot in society, not to get all red pill, folks, right? But, I think that is a good thing, right? And don't judge me and don't judge her. And I don't judge you if you're out there killing it. And, and you're a woman who's like, nah, fuck that. I want to go do that too. I'm not hating on that. I'm just saying in my opinion, right? So she has some like medical thing though. So let's chalk it up to let's wait and hear. Okay, because I've seen some people theorizing, oh, they did Carmella dirty now, and see Corey Graves had heat for a reason. I don't know about all that, man. But we'll see. We'll play it by ear. We'll keep eyes on it. And as they say, good luck in her future endeavors and shit. Like, I hope she does well. I hope her snatch for her does really well. And yeah, man, shout them out. She was great. I always loved Carmella. I thought she was utilized really well with like R-Truth, with Enzo and Cass, with her own singles run, when she did the mask wearing thing, all of that. They did a lot of good stuff with Carmella, and I wish she could come back. But again, too, I think she's like getting up there in age as well. It's like, do you really want to go? And again, not being ageist, but for women, like you can make money. You got 3.3 million followers. You can just do Instagram ads and make money. You don't even got to go bump. We don't need you to do that. Just Hall of Fame one day, former women's champ. So round of applause for Carmella, okay? Because Mella is money. And yeah, I just wish her the best in whatever's going on. And hopefully it's not a health thing. So I respond to Dis here, who hits the nail on the head and goes, isn't it funny how something like this happens leading to a rumored confrontation backstage, and the IWCNN immediately tries to shift the narrative to the WWE women's division? And I just agreed. I'm like, it's what Conan has said publicly. So I said this before, but yeah, whenever WWE's doing really well, the vibe's impeccable. The dirt sheets come out with a lie. Meanwhile, AEW locker room's a mess for anyone you ask. And I'll just leave that there. So The Rock wants Cody to give him his soul. So funny, so dark and twisted, and I love it. I was talking about the last show, right? Karrion Kross was on Matt Serra's podcast. Matt Serra asked him, who's the most dangerous guy in the fucking locker room? And Kross is like, oh, this guy, that guy. And fucking, Sarah goes, dude, that's bullshit. Like, you're the most dangerous guy. You're sitting right here. You're being humble. You're putting over Gunther and shit. So I've seen videos. You can look them up. There's people who break their forearms and their fucking legs doing this in gyms, man. Okay? People do this all over the place. Some of the real masters can do shit like this, okay? There's some impressive feats like Ben Askren, who is a fighter. He can hug 2 watermelons and fucking squeeze them till they explode at the same time. He was a wrestler, right? There's some guys with freak just strength who can just do shit. Carrion's one of those guys. He's a legit fucking BJJ practitioner. And watch this. And I'm telling you, people break their bones and limbs trying to do this in training.
I'm trying to break this back.
He does it with ease. And people might go, oh, it's the edge of the bat. It's the tip of the... Okay, go line that up on a curb and try and even stomp through that. And tell me how your fucking ankles feel. That is crazy, man. And look how he just did it with ease, too. Now, you do not want that guy to get a hold of your fucking leg in a shoot fight, bro, or your arm. Or your neck. That's night time. But your leg, imagine someone doing that to your fucking shin bone. He could easily.
I'm good.
Oh my God, that was easy.
The bat's done now, though. Next time we try 2.
Next time we try 2, he says. And that's why he's dating Scarlett Bordeaux. Ladies and gentlemen, okay? That's why his girl is one of the fucking hottest women on the planet, okay? WWE joins Vince McMahon to oppose Janelle Grant's amended lawsuit. We need Evil Dose up in this bitch to tell me about it, right? I don't know what the fuck this even really means, but WWE's joining Vince against Janelle. And then you see the sickos, for the people who think that WWE aren't down with it. It's like, shut the fuck up, man. Nick Nemeth says Vince McMahon had CJ Perry and Nemeth practice kissing in front of Miro and himself in a small room. Vince is saying, like, okay, pal, we need you to be passionate together. Yeah, Lashley, you like that? Pretend you like it. Lashley, pull your dick out and tell him you like watching. You know, like, what the fuck, Vince? What a sick son of a bitch. Why would he do this? I love that all the sicko Vince stories are coming out now about now that he's gone. And people are like, fuck it, I'll talk about it. He can't affect shit. He don't got power in this business. You know? Yeah, now make out with her. Now use a little tongue. Yeah, now nibble on his ear and whisper sweet nothings into her ear. Yeah, Lashley, you. Yeah, now Lashley's turn. Did I say Lashley? Miro, yeah. Line them up, boys. Oh, Jesus. That's not even funny. I'm sorry, guys. Oh, my God. What a sick son of a bitch. Raj Giri posts about how SmackDown did huge numbers last night. It beat all broadcast networks in the demo yet again. 614K average. Now, Meltzer's going to shit on this. Meltzer's going to shit on the 614,000 average in the key demo. Okay? They did huge numbers for the show. The Rock returns tomorrow. We covered that. Here is... You know what I mean? I talked about this earlier. Thurston and Pollock, or this is Pollock, whatever. And he doesn't get it. It's funny because these guys are like WrestleNomics and shit, and they don't understand like people trying to make money in the sports business. I don't get it. Why would a prize fighter fight for more money? Like, dude, in kayfabe, think about it. Like, why do rich fighters keep fighting? John Jones has all the money in the world. He keeps coming back. Why? Like, what are you talking about? Floyd Mayweather. Why would top wrestlers come back after they make all the money in the world? Fuck you talking about, man? Why does George Clooney keep making movies when he doesn't have to? Why is Robert Downey coming back to play a whole other fucking character in the MCU just to resurrect his old character in the MCU? Right? After he gets paid like $70 million for each one of those. So here's Pollock being like, so I don't get The Rock's proposition. Oh, here's $10 million? Yeah. Yeah, bro. Yes. You know, you don't want your daughter to have $10 million one day, you fucking idiot.
Take me into Cody's head here, okay? What is he being tempted by? The man is making millions, but what can The Rock provide him? He can provide him what? Tens of millions?
Yes. Pollock, do you not know the difference between, and I don't firsthand from experience, but do you not know the difference between millions and tens of millions and hundreds of millions and billions? Yes, that's what he's offering them. Like, think about it. Your kids don't gotta worry. Okay? That's what's going through. Oh, Cody, who always wanted to be an actor, right? He went to acting school. That was his dream. Oh, to get the rub from The Rock and maybe be in The Rock movie? Why did The Rock make millions and then go to Hollywood to make tens of millions? Yeah. Yes. Fucking idiot.
Is that the conflict here? Is that the big the hurdle? I can get into more movie premieres. My child, like what? I can put I'm pretty sure you could put his child and probably his grandchildren through universities many times over. What is it? He's not being threatened to be fired. It's just like you're already rich. You could be. What is take?
I can't. That is maybe one of the dumbest fucking takes I've ever heard.
Stupid idiot.
On like anything. What the fuck, dude? What are you talking about? Yeah, Cody doesn't want to be in Fast and Furious or whatever, bro. What do you mean? This is crazy. That might be one of the dumbest shits I've ever heard, Pollock. You better watch out because we just added someone to the fucking list. You don't want to be the next one, bro. So, yeah, The Rock responds on IG. He's like, the final boss is coming to handle business, deliver a big, beautiful gift to the city of New Orleans, and fuck up a certain someone's life with the final boss gospel. JD's like, fuck up a certain someone's life. Cody Rhodes. Oh, we already know. Here's Jacob Fatu helping load Lex Luger's wheelchair into his fucking truck for him.
Yes, sir. Lex Luger, I'm Fatu and his nephew.
He goes, yes, sir. So he goes, he grabs Luger's wheelchair, throws it in the back, and they go, oh, thank you. And he goes, yes, sir. And he goes, Lex Luger, I'm Fatu and them's nephew. Just humbly introducing himself, just letting him know, hey, I'm one of the Samoans. You know what I mean? Like, you know my uncles and shit. Like, da-da-da-da-da. I don't know, man. This guy's one of a kind here.
Yes, sir. Lex Luger, I'm Fatu and his nephew. Yeah, so pleasure, brother.
Yeah, so pleasure, brother.
All right, see you guys soon. Oh, you got it? Okay.
Yeah. Good young man right there. Probably older than me, but Vince McMahon reportedly wanted Ronda Rousey to win the 2022 Royal Rumble by eliminating all 29 other women in the match.
You what?
Now, that's not like the worst idea ever, you know? That could work if they did it with the right person, you know what I'm saying? Carmella is now labeled as a WWE alum on the company's website. We covered that. So, Cultaholic, and this is from Fightful. Now, we already covered this a month ago, but WWE has scrapped the NXT branding from the brand's PLE events as they feel they will fare better under the WWE brand. Way to play catch-up. Angel Garza and wife Zayd Lozano celebrate the arrival of their second child. Shout you out, Angel Garza. Someone pulled up a picture, too. They're like, yo, did Angel Garza, because remember he proposed to his wife on NXT or whatever, and then they're like, yo, did he Sammy Guevara his wife, or is he still with her? And then he posted a picture of her. He's like, you tell me, of like his beautiful family and shit. So shout him out, and blessings to him. Scott Steiner's son and Braun Breaker's cousin, Brock Rex Steiner, has signed officially the NIL deal. We knew it was coming, and Brock's brother Brandon confirmed it. He said, my brother, I know he really wants to do WWE. He has signed an NIL deal with WWE, so my dream for him would be to do really good in football, try and take it to the NFL, whatever that means, and then he will be a WWE superstar because he's so talented and he has the charisma that my dad has. And it's amazing that these people are growing up wanting to do WWE and shit. Like, it's a hot thing again. Yeah, I love that. So look out, a whole Breaker fucking clan. Tiffany Stratton wardrobe malfunction causes screen blackout. We covered that. Carmella is reportedly no longer under contract. We covered that as well. And The Rock's return was reportedly a shock to many within WWE. This is what Fightful said today. This morning. WWE Creative were reportedly told about this return a few days ago, but it is unknown how this will impact the current WrestleMania plans for Cody, Rhodes, and Cena. So A, we don't know if that's actually the plans, you stupid idiot. Fucking B, Cody Rhodes posted it on the 1st saying that The Rock would be there on the 21st in New Orleans. Essentially, he posted a picture of them shooting tequila together with it saying, what else does that mean?
Stupid idiot.
So you guys are fucking lying, and you're caught lying or being lied to, then regurgitating lies.
Liar!
You sons of bitches.
Liar! Tell us what you know, you goddamn liar!
And that, ladies and gentlemen, was WWE News. I'm checking in with chat, and then I want to see a million flutes. I want to see myriad flutes. I want to see myriad of fucking... Sorry, I'm seeing something on the timeline that just looks hilarious for the next show. But yeah, guys, I want to see flutes in the chat because it is time for everyone's favorite segment in just a moment. But we are going to check in with chat first before that happens. I just want to get things lined up as well. Here. Yes. Okay. So flutes in chat. I'm going to check in with chat. So Verbal Souls says, if that was Megan Bayne, she would no-sell the wheelchair and let Luger. Oh my God.
Sometimes in life, you got to be a hoe.
She would no-sell the wheelchair and make Luger walk it out himself. Take his nunchucks or his nunchucks, his crutches away. Sorry, I'm watching fucking take his crutches away and be like, here, hit him with a nunchuck and be like, you have to walk. Oh my God, that's terrible. And thank you, Verbal Souls. Wonder if there's any relation to Scully Vibes. Flute Gate. Yeah, we need flutes and nunchucks in the chat right now. Definitely. What is Tony Khan a black belt in? I don't know, dude. Spending money. We have flutes from our guys. Look at all the flutes. Look at all the members. You guys have been amazing tonight. Round of applause for yourselves, guys. Round of applause. Absolutely incredible. Love Jacob. Peace out, Caleb. Didn't know you were in there. Jose, the assistant. Geez, almost 4 hours and still streaming. When do you take a piss break? When Jericho sings. Get to the part where you talk about me, then wrap it up. Well, Jose, if you keep popping up, then we talk about you, bro. It is what it is, man. I thought you were going on JD's show. You got bigger and better things than me, Jose. Oh, you're going on JD's show. Yeah, dude, we go all night long. I'll go 2 hours longer if you guys want. Nunchaku. Yeah, I said nunchuck instead of crutches because I'm watching fucking people do martial arts and I got people yelling behind me. So yeah, I fucked up as well. It's been a long one. Okay. So yeah, Tony has a black belt and fearing for his life. I have a black belt and not letting monitors fall on me. Am I right, fellas? So guys, flutes in the chat. It is time for everybody's favorite segment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week. And we had a mini one earlier, but here's another one. So Meltzer responds to the AEW Collision rating. So they start with the 1.3. He tries to do a Meltzer spin and go, oh, it was purposeful and intentional. But that's a lie. You cut this off right here. You cut off that overrun. That's the true number. But Meltzer responds to Wrestle Forum, who says, LOL, your numbers are incredibly misleading. And Meltzer goes, look at the time slot and you'll realize the point you're missing. A 0.13 at 12:30 to 12:45 a.m. is considered incredible on cable. And Meltzer's right there. And I wrote, this is true, but it doesn't indicate anything substantial because it doesn't mean anything. People didn't go out of their way to tune into AEW at that time. The numbers inflated, and some people did, like about the what? Okay, they got like 100,000 more than usual. Maybe you could argue 200,000 more that stuck around for a bit. Okay? But no, that huge inflation is from a bunch of people taking pisses and stuff. Okay, the 300K ultra sickos who always watch Collision stayed up to watch it. We already know they're going to do that no matter what, especially for a special show like this. By the end, there was only 300K. Oh, 400,000. Okay, great. It was 500,000 like 6 months ago or a year ago, was it not? That doesn't mean shit. Okay. So Meltzer responds to Lawyer Kev, who put a flute, bro. Shout out Lawyer Kev, who threw up a flute, dude. Oh my God. Who is that? Yo, he's responding to flutes and shit. I fucking love it, man. I love that shit. Oh my God, guys. It's going to happen soon. The great debate. We're going to get Meltzer on to debate him. So Lawyer Kev goes, so the key to good Collision ratings is having a live lead-in that is also late enough that people fall asleep before it's over, leaving the TV on until the sleep timer goes off. Exactly. It's that. It's people going out and getting their jackets on before they turn the TV off, or people who leave the TV on. I leave the TV on when I leave the house, folks. I was always raised to do that. I grew up in the hood and shit. So you leave the TV on or the radio on or whatever, and then motherfuckers think you're home. You know what I mean? Fuck the power bill. You got it. You know what I mean, dude? You live in that neighborhood. That's how I grew up. So, anyways, that's people. And this isn't cope, but it's the truth. Because if you want to say no, they drew those people. So then like 700,000 just jumped off a cliff in the first 30 minutes to an hour. That's not good either. That means someone on that show is really the shits, you know? And it's Dave knows better, but yeah, Dave goes, you do realize it doesn't work like that. They don't measure TV sets on. Netflix does that. So he's trying to go, WWE does that. People just leave their TV ons to watch Raw, and then Netflix measures it. It's so stupid. They measure active viewership. Imagine being number 2 on all TV hours after the NBA was over and people still acting like that. It's bad. This is the same guy who tried to fantasy mark book Ospreay and Omega in the dunk contest. You know, like that's all that needs to be said. And I quote tweeted this and said, Dave doesn't understand that nobody's saying it's a bad thing. They're just pointing out that the Golden Girls could have come on after with that lead in and would have been one of the top TV shows or whatever nonsense he's peddling for that hour. They would have been at that time slot. Yeah, because 1.3 million people were tuning out of the lead quarter hour of the next show. So it doesn't matter what was on. PWT could have been on. It would have been rated the top cable show for the key demo or whatever Dave was peddling. Any show. Okay? So that's what he doesn't get. No one's saying it's a bad thing. Curb Your Enthusiasm says, hi, Dave. I feel like you are spoken to like shit on here. I don't get where you get the energy to respond half the offensively messages you do. This guy's worse at writing than Dave. And Meltzer goes, it's actually fun. The smart people want to learn. The ones that don't expose themselves immediately. And then I quote tweeted this and was like, the great educator, Dave Meltzer. Dave's here to educate everybody, dude. It's so fucking funny, man. He's the fucking great teacher now, right? More like the man behind the curtain. In Oz, dude. Raj Giri just dukes it out with Dave all the time. Him and Dusty Dave are always duking it the fuck out, right? And let's go. We got to go through a few of these here. So Dave responds to this Edward guy who goes, losing almost 3 million viewers from day one of Netflix to now, priceless. And Dave says that's not viewers, it's devices viewed. The viewer drop worldwide would be about 4.8 million. Check Samba TV. They have the PlayStation Vista. Tony Khan. And then Raj Giri's like, it's weird how comparing the drop in AEW, and shout out Gigantic Pop and Matt Morgan, by the way, friends of the show. The drop in AEW Dynamite viewership months in from the premiere was ridiculous, which I agree with, but comparing last week's number to the Netflix premiere is fine. The Dynamite 18 to 49 rating was down nearly 70% in week 6 from the premiere, but yes, the Raw on Netflix numbers have continued dropping, but use a realistic base level that it has dropped from. Okay, so they get off in the weeds with all the numbers and the ratings is because that's what they do. So Meltzer's like 1 is 7 weeks. Except Tony Khan. The other is 5+ years where everything but the NFL has dropped greatly. But it was a stat brought up to me that I was correcting. Kind of different, wouldn't you say? And then this guy's like, Dave, Raj needs to get in his weekly WWE dick riding. Let him have his fun. And I don't know. It's funny that Dave will block people that are like, bro, you're an AEW meat rider. But then he's all about people calling other people WWE dick riders. That's the hypocrisy, folks. And then Raj is like, no, I'm talking about how you compared the numbers for last week's Raw, week 6, to the Netflix premiere. The WWE Raw on 210 continued its viewership decline on Netflix, which is now down 60, blah, blah, blah. Dynamite is on week 6, scored a 0.3, blah, blah, fucking blah. You have brought up the 70% drop on Netflix before, and the point is, it's ridiculous to compare to that episode, just like it was ridiculous for other people to compare to the 6th week of Dynamite. See, that's the problem. Dave doesn't understand when people are giving him one or trying to point out just his blatant hypocrisy, and that's all Raj is trying to do here. Like, dude, you have to keep the same energy is basically all he's saying. So Dave continues now because they're just going at it. Like, there you go. I said Golden Girls. Raj said Laverne and Shirley. So we're stealing each other's jokes here, but it's the go-to. Like anything could have came on, right? But anyways, Raj responds to what Dave said earlier to this gentleman, and Raj goes, to be fair, a Laverne and Shirley rerun could have aired after the NBA All-Star and ranked highly on All TV. And it hit me just how old I am to make the reference. Yeah. So then Dave says, in the same time slot on Sunday, a repeat of the just ended NBA All-Star game did a 0.19. On Saturday, a tougher night, the AEW show after NBA All-Star Saturday night, which did lower ratings than Sunday, did a 0.21. So I'm pretty sure Laverne and Shirley wouldn't have been within light years. So what does he mean? So because the NBA replay got a 0.19 on Sunday, wait, what is he trying to say here? Which did lower than Sunday, did a 0.21. So is he saying the All-Star game did a higher key demo the next day? This is what I mean. What the fuck are you talking about here? So I'm pretty sure Laverne and Shirley. Listen, Dave, what Dave touted was, the show after the All-Star thing had a great key demo average, right? So that's where you can get tangled up when you're like, well, the whole Laverne and Shirley would have, because no, like, would Laverne and Shirley have kept 500K viewers? Like, you got to give Dynamite credit, or Collision credit, pardon me. They did keep like 200,000 extra viewers for a good chunk of the show, let's say, than they normally have on the Saturday show. So you give them credit for that. But it's just that initial inflated overall number that everybody likes to play with. That's where people got to call other people out on the shit. Like, no, cut out the overrun. Like, don't give them that 295. Like, don't even let them take that hit. You cut off the fucking lead-in and the overrun. That's the real average, okay? If you really think about it, just using common sense, okay? Because then otherwise you're sort of dissing Osprey and them, saying like, well, 700,000 people just said fuck them, That's sort of what you're saying. Anyways, Meltzer said what is getting into the weeds here, into some sicko wars. So El Plethora is like, do you guys ever wonder what happens if the Dynamite numbers sink below 500K? Is every response going to be, well, they have the TV deal, so they are fine for 3 years? I don't know. I think people in AEW should start to worry a little bit here. Yeah, I mean, I would if it sinks below that regularly. I would. I'm just more worried about Collision. That's my fears that show's going to go away too, which fucking sucks, man. But anyways, Dave Meltzer says Nielsen ratings don't include live viewership on Max. Look up every poll on Dynamite viewership. TBS versus Max, Brian. Everyone says more watch on Max. I actually don't believe that, but obviously the number is substantial. And then Meltzer said what owns them. He's like, the polls he was referencing were wrestling Twitter polls by his own Gooner subscribers, aka the most hardcore of the hardcores, even by Meltzer CTE standards. That was one of the biggest lies he has ever tried to sell on here. So him just saying like Nielsen ratings don't include live viewership on Max. Look up every poll on Dynamite viewership, TBS versus Max. Everyone says more watch on Max. No, they don't. It was Dave's polls where he has everyone on Earth blocked, dude. He has the population of Canada blocked on this fucking app. And he's polling people and they're saying, yeah, we watch it on fucking Max. It's just an insane lie. And Meltzer said, what? Caught your ass. So WSI, James here, Wrestling Shoot Interviews, tweets out yet another industry Meltzer professors to be an expert in. So now Meltzer's he's talking about McDonald's and Wagyu beef. Now he's a fucking fine dining Michelin star chef here. He knows more than fucking Gordon Ramsay and shit. You understand what I'm saying? And Meltzer's an expert in the restaurant fucking biz now. And this guy says restaurants with good tasting food are rarely half empty or moving to smaller dining rooms. And that is true, man. Like, I know Dave wants to try and pretend like it's a movie where you go to a restaurant with this super limited intimate setting, and there is shit like that in the world, but those places are booked up and hard to get into, Dave, because they got good fucking food. And he goes, you don't know the restaurant business at all. It's about ambiance, views, promotion. Over the food, Dave? Over the food as well? Or are those things all equally important? Bro, that's so wrong. There's shows designed, right? Like super famous shows, Bar Rescue, Gordon Ramsay, Kitchen Nightmares, all this shit, where they go and roast bars and you see it all the time. Wow, their food's really good, but they can't keep customers because the bartenders are too fucking drunk and they don't clean. Oh, wow, this bar's really nice, but this food fucking sucks. One of the famous ones, what was it called? Amy's Baking Company. If you guys have ever seen that psychotic woman and her like mafioso, JD's uncle, husband, right? He's like this wannabe mafioso guy. And they have this restaurant where their desserts are laid out beautifully. Everything's labeled and clean. And you know what I mean? Everything's looks great. The restaurant's designed nicely. And Gordon Ramsay's like, what the fuck's going on here? Like, and then the food comes out and it's just shit. And they can't take criticism on their food. And it's complete shit. And that place ended up, I think it might still be. No, I think they closed that restaurant, but all these restaurants close and shit. Dave doesn't know what he's talking about. He goes, I know a place in Santa Cruz that even has a good location that we go to all the time because the feud is awesome. So Dave's here eating up feuds. Feuds. Oh, the king of everything. Give me another great feud. Those fill me right up. I want to be filled up with feuds. Kenny Omega feuds. Holy shit. He doesn't even write food. He writes feud because the feud is awesome. It's never full, but has a great rep because that city is filled with romantic restaurants where it's not about the feud, but the view. Emotional damage. See, Dave exists in La La Land, bro. No place with a really good view doesn't have, you know what I mean? The places he's talking about in an expensive ass market, mind you. Yes, Dave, there's ambiance and shit and the food's good. Trust me, Dave. He's just talking like this is Lady and the Tramp and he's on some romantic with my girlfriend and we watch Dynamite there. It's the best ambiance. It's in Tokyo. We hold hands. Tony Khan. Holy fuck, man. What an insane guy.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Moving along here. He's so wrong about that too. There's so many. So there's a show called Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives. And some of those places Guy Fieri goes into, I'm not saying they're run down to shit, but they're dives. Okay? Or he goes into fucking little diners that don't seat a lot. And the ambiance isn't that incredibly great, but the food is just so incredibly stellar. You know, there's whole shows about this. Dave is like so not tapped in with the TV business or the restaurant business or the pro wrestling business. So Meltzer tries to do his infamous Meltzer spin that we've made famous here at PWT. So here's the Meltzer spin. He says, AEW decided to put Kenny Omega and Will Ospreay versus Takeshita and Kyle Fletcher on first at AEW Grand Slam Australia to show NBA fans a type of wrestling they hadn't seen before. And then he fantasy mark booked Ospreay and Omega in the dunk contest, then clown WWE for sending Bayley there, even though she's from the Bay Area and she went to Independence High and where fucking Meltzer is from and shit. And he hated on them, but then he's like, oh, they wanted to show them something incredible. And they're like, could you imagine Ospreay if he was at the dunk? I wonder if he could dunk. These guys are fucking clowns. So the Meltzer spin, you know, like no AEW intentionally tried to, well, maybe they did, but I mean, it's not about wrestling they've never seen before, bro. They tried that shit with Swerve before. It didn't work either. So Dave says Jacob Fatu versus Solo is reportedly not booked right now for WrestleMania, with one of them currently being factored into other booking plans. Meanwhile, you watch the show. You watch the show and it's,
You what?
And they're just clearly building towards Jacob and Solo. It's so fucking funny. So whoever his source is, and people go, yeah, it's Terry Taylor, Phil. Yeah, Terry Taylor's working him. They don't keep Terry Taylor around so that he can work Triple H and leak stuff to the, no, they know they keep him around and he only has his job because so you can tell Dave fake shit. And the fake shit he told him was they're not doing Solo and Jacob just for fucking a day later. Or this was the day of SmackDown. This was posted. And then you watch SmackDown and fucking Jacob super kicking Solo and shit. So funny. So Dave Meltzer's star ratings for what I thought was one of NXT's weakest PLEs, man. And Fallon Henley versus Vac Gary gives a 4.25. Whoa! It seemed like Vacker was kind of carrying Henley there. Frazier, see, I don't agree with Dave. I'm not going to go good, Dave. Good, Dave. Give WWE the stars. No, I'm going to call this shit out. I don't think that was a 4.25. Nathan Frazier versus Axiom versus Briggs and Inamura, 4.5. You know he was just yeeting all over his office and all the papers in his office watching that match. Trick Williams versus Thorpe, 3.75. Okay. Page versus Javon, 3.5. Okay. Femi versus Waller versus Theory, 4.25. God damn. He's trolling. Julia versus Bailey versus Roxanne versus Cora, 4. So I personally think he rated all of those way too high. So I ain't letting you slide, Dave. You know what I'm saying? But again, those are subjective. So here's a Brian in a recent clip talking about how AEW does not have fucking production meetings now we heard this years ago, like we already knew this part, but Brian's reiterating it here that talent are like, we need to have production meetings, and that's how shit. Now they're trying to blame it on like, oh, Bayne and Thunder didn't know what to do, but your wrestling instinct should have you know better. Bayne, you don't fucking make Rosa look stupid like that, you know?
Brian.
So let's hear what Brian has to say.
The bigger story here than this was just such a fucking disaster is not a week goes by. Not 1 week goes by.
Not a 1 week.
I don't hear from.
I'm a smarmy fucking prick, so I have to say not 1 week go by. Because I can't just talk normal and be a fucking relatable guy. I have to seem like a fucking humanoid, some alien or some shit. Like I'm from Pluto every time I talk. Because I'm a schmarmy, pompous fucking prick.
Somebody in AEW saying, why the fuck don't we have production meetings? We need production meetings. Things happen on every show where if we had a production meeting, they wouldn't happen. But Tony refuses to do production meetings.
Because he's scared. Do you know why? He's scared to have to tell people no. He's scared to have to tell people, to face people that he's ghosted. He's scared. Oh, I've never heard of Tony Khan ghosting. Bro, he doesn't even hold production meetings. He's a ghost. Okay? So That's why he's scared to face everyone and have to like be told no or be questioned or alter anything last minute or anything like that. That's all it is, man.
Meetings. And here we are. This is another one. What in the fuck happened here? Nobody knows. I didn't get a single good explanation for it. It was just everybody was on a different page, and you made the babyface look like an absolute idiot. And away we go.
But the rest of the show is good, I assure you. Fuck's sakes. So Meltzer star ratings for Grand Slam Australia. Osprey, Omega, Takeshita, Fletcher, of course, 5. I mean, it's just a minimum 5. I mean, come on, man. It's fucking Mercedes Moné versus Harley at 3.5. He's hating on Monet. So he gave Fallon and them, he juiced up their rating. So the reason he gave Vaquer such a big rating, and you guys know I love Vaquer. She's my favorite women's wrestler. But the reason he juiced that up was because of the whole Monet Vaquer debacle, right? Where she signed with AEW after that Monet match. And then Monet told him to shut the fuck up and called him a nerd and has been roasting him publicly. So he shit on that match. Moxley and Claudio versus White and Copeland. Because now with Dave, he gives 6 and 7 stars. So if it's like a 3.5, that's like a shitty rating for him now, right? But yeah, I mean, Jay White and Mox, they get a 4. Okada Matthews gets a 4. Mariah May, Tony Storm, 4.5. Like, this shit is meaningless. You know, his ratings mean nothing now. They always sort of have. But The Rock deciding to return to tonight's SmackDown led to show undergoing rewrites, even though Cody Rhodes posted about it on the first 20 days before. So Brian, this is a Brian Alvarez here because he's lying through his fucking teeth. Brian goes, this was The Rock deciding he's going to be on the show. He decided he was going to be on the show. My guess is yesterday morning. They rewrote the show to accommodate The Rock. The script, they had to redo a bunch of stuff. Meanwhile, as we showed on this show, Cody Rhodes posted a video on February 1st of him and Rock drinking tequila, and it had a thing saying February 21st, a graphic pops up, SmackDown, Louisiana. Liar! This dude's lying. We just caught him lying, chat. Like, you all see this? Or they're being lied to. Doesn't matter which one. Fact check your shit. Call The Rock or else shut the fuck up and say, this is what I heard, and I'm a clown like Phil Marks does, and I'm just saying shit I heard, so take it how you take it. But if it's true, sweet, might not be. Oh, here's this. Oh, I did my diligence, and here's Cody fucking Rhodes. How am I able to sleuth this shit up? How am I able to scroll Twitter and bookmark the shit and put it all together in the show? Every fucking Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday for you folks. These assholes can't get it right one time ever. It's crazy. So Nobu Bergi tweeted to Meltzer and said they will regret that deal soon enough, if not already, speaking to WBD rather, and the TV deal. Meltzer said they regretted it so much they changed the original format of replaying the All-Star activities immediately to moving it back 2 hours to give AEW a great shot at exposing itself to new viewers. New viewers. Dave doesn't understand this shit. Dave, they typically play it right after because what else are they going to air? Typically, it will get the most viewers. People want to rewatch it. People who didn't see it or may have missed one part might want to go back, watch it live. It's because nothing else is going to do shit for any ratings on right after. This year, because Tony Khan fucked up so badly, that's why they put it on there. And do you want to know how I know? Because it wasn't streaming on Max and it didn't air on TV at the same time. You guys heard it live on PWT. Marvin the Movie Monster turned it on his Max. It said, this show's live now for 28 minutes and said it was a Dynamite, and it was listed under Dynamite or whatever the fuck. Meanwhile, I was already half hour deep into the show. And then I'm 30 minutes deep. Marv goes, oh, it's starting for me. And then he's 30 minutes behind. Dave, that's not what the fuck they did. That's not what they did. Tony Khan bumblefucked. Everyone thought it was a pay-per-view. Didn't work out. They went, well, fuck, we have to put something on air. WBD were screwed. They threw it on, and then they just aired the thing, the All-Star Game after. No, they don't put the All-Star Game replay on after to get new viewers or anything. They don't anticipate new viewers at 1 a.m. and shit, Dave. That's not when you anticipate new viewers coming to watch shows. Okay? So that's just completely insane. They could have done that for any show. They have, and they chose AEW. Yeah. That's like when ECW would get put on at fucking 2 a.m. and they're like, no one can find us. Yes, Dave, they stuffed them on there because they are partners with Tony right now. That's what that is. I'm so sorry. They could have did that for any show. Yes, and they did it for the wrestling, the taped, delayed wrestling show. If they really wanted to make a statement, they could have just aired it on Max at any time they wanted to. But they can't because their whole TV deal's fucked up and out of whack. Logically, what does that tell you? Yeah, logically, Dave, it tells me that there was no Collision, no nothing, and instead of going, we canceled Collision, meanwhile, we're in Australia and we lied about this pay-per-view, it's, here's a fucking TV show, we'll just air it here after, and then they can watch it on demand on Max. So crazy. Raj Giri responds. He goes back and forth with Meltzer some more. Goddamn, Meltzer did a lot. So this guy Terrell says you refuse to ever give her a 6-star, 5-star match, and she's definitely had them. And this is responding to Mercedes. Meltzer goes, I think she's great. When was the last issue where you'd come to that conclusion? Well, the fact she called you a fucking nerd publicly to everybody. And he goes, I don't know the answer to this, but let me know her highest cage match rating and where it ranks in the top 500. Dave talking about cage match ratings.
I smashed your knee to obliterate.
Fuck. And then Raj goes, have there ever been 3 words more fitting for dick repellent than cage match ratings? Oh, man. So Dis posts this as well. Sure, Dave. WWE traumatizes people by making them job. Could possibly be that a jobber in WWE is a bigger draw than a headliner on the indies. Nope, it's WWE trauma. So Dave just goes insane here. He's like, one of the things when it comes to the difference with WWE talent that lost constantly in WWE and going to AEW and never wanting to lose, and that goes for indies as well, not just AEW, is something one person very involved with a lot of the talent on the major indie scene noted to us. That's a paragraph, folks. One sentence. One day we'll have to have the discussion about WWE trauma. People leave. Dude, is Isla Dawn traumatized? Is fucking Sonia DeVille traumatized? Are any of these people traumatized? Is Duke Hudson? Or are they out and getting it? Getting after it, bro. You're a clown. Nick Nemeth isn't traumatized. Dave's stuck in 25 fucking years ago. Time Cop. People leave that company and are so traumatized by their booking, they overcompensate on exit as a defense mechanism. Even people who are, I don't want to use the term jobbers because that gets used incorrectly too often. Those who were at a level in WWE where they'd be expected to lose a lot, like mentioned names of, then he mentioned several names of wrestlers low end when they get cut. They leave WWE. So he's saying that this is what a person told him. Some guy who dealt with lots of indie talent. I won't name him. And then he goes on to make up and invent in his head this thing this guy said. And then in brackets, he writes, mentions names of several indie wrestlers who were there. Dave's fantasy mark booking a conversation he had with an indie guy. He won't even name the name of the wrestlers. He won't even name the name of the guy who told him this shit. Because he's fucking lying.
Tell us what you know, you goddamn liar!
They leave WWE and immediately take on a no jobs policy, Brian, even if you put them in a situation where losing would get them more over or just makes total sense since they're in a small town for a show that isn't being recorded against the local top guy. They won't lose because of their WWE trauma. They equate being asked to lose as getting buried, which isn't the same thing at all, but that's the mentality they've developed when losing a lot in WWE does actually. Is that why Drew loses all the time, Dave? Is that the mentality there? Is that why Drew loses and Miz loses all the time? Or are you just fucking making shit up and you're talking like WWE like it was 20 years ago and you're a dumb fuck? From experience, any loss is giving up control and flashes back to WWE. Experience in WWE. I don't think there's a way to fix that, unfortunately. Name a jobber in WWE, Dave. It's what Dis said, man. Jobbers in WWE greater than people on indies and shit sometimes. A lot of the time, bro. That's all it is. Look at the name. And then he won't say the name again. To take a loss when I tried. Look at the name withheld. The guy hated doing jobs in AEW unless it was versus others he perceived as top guys, ex-WWE guys. Now he walked right back into WWE and has literally been losing. He's talking about Andrade. I won't name the name, but it's pretty much fucking Andrade. You know that.
Conan!
What a piece of scumbag shit, bro. I won't say the name, but this guy loses matches after he was complaining about only losing the WWE guys. What a scumbag, Davis. But no complaints, no pushback. It's just an interesting deal how people look at WWE jobs being the cost of doing business, but elsewhere it's a slap in the face. No, you're fucking coping, Dave. You're just coping and making excuses and lies. So Dave Meltzer, he gives it the Meltzer spin. Fight Oracle, who's way smarter in TV, investing, all that shit than Dave Meltzer ever will or could be. And Fight Oracle says, WWE Smackdown ratings, The Rock's return beat all broadcast networks in the demo yet again, 614 average. Meltzer goes, actually, the numbers won't be out till Monday, but if it was 614K, that's a 0.46, which would hugely disappointing for a show with Dwayne. Dwayne has historically been a super draw. And 0.46 is normal for that show, Tony Khan. So Dave will sit
The best
here
guys, Tony Khan.
and talk about how the NBA lead-in is good for a show that draws 500,000 viewers and a 0.13 is a double ouch and all this shit. And then he'll sit there and say, Dwayne, like he knows him. He won't even call him The Rock. Dwayne Johnson, Dewey. I actually knew Dewey when he was a kid.
Stupid idiot.
And so he's literally going to go, that's the same they always do. That's shitty. Meanwhile, AEW, you're like, bro, look, it's dropping week over week, year over year. Well, the key demo, if it's a high 0.15745, then I mean it's better than a low 0.15215. Tony Khan.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
And then WWE's like, wow, for Dwayne. Dwayne must not be a draw anymore, Dewey. Holy shit, man. What a fucking idiot. And ladies and gentlemen, that was Dave Meltzer's dumb cope session and very dumb moment of the week. Let's see here with chat. Rick Murray for 5 says, every time you yell Brian while mimicking Dave, you remind me of Paul from the YouTube series Liamas with Hats. I don't know what that is, but shout out Paul and shout out Llamas. I'm an idiot, dude. I'm tired, okay? It's been 4.5 hours. Llamas with Hats. I'm not sure what that is, but Brian never lets me down. Alt Jake says Dave's trying to host diners, drive-ins, and dives. Yeah, he's trying to give out fucking... We should do that. We should have Gordon Ramsay and Dave fucking critique the same restaurants and see how that fucking works out. Do you know what I mean? What an idiot. Oh, I'm a master of football and TV and wrestling and Netflix and restaurants. Tony Khan. I learned from the best. I study from all the best. Yeah, that is incredible. Liamas. Yeah, I just fucked it up, dude. RuPaul and Dave. Yeah. Here, I'm just checking in with chat. Time Cop. Yeah, I don't know, guys. Checking in with chat here. Yeah, I don't know where. I'm just trying to see. I did the job. I knew Dave was going to say something about the demo for SmackDown. Dwayne Johnson. Dave needs to pull his double-ended butt plug out. Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it has been 4.5 hours. Thank you all so much for being here for another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show. Round applause. I am tired, guys. I got to get the fuck out of here. Round of applause for you all. Thank you for being here. Hit subscribe, hit like, leave a comment, hit the dislike, and yeah, take care of each other. Be good to each other. Patreon. I'm uploading myself reacting to the world's cheapest wrestler because I had to clip it out of everything. So that clip will be on Patreon. Take care of each other. Be good to each other. And I love you all. And until next time, we'll see you in the Upside Down. Have an awesome rest of your weekend. Peace. LFG tomorrow, WWE.
It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend. Yeah.
You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
We have just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
That mother effing melts.
You know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know?
What's the point?
The point of SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We have just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me have my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
You got to run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we have just secured the bag.
But you got to promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. It'll be like my favorite movie. Smackdown. It's so great in Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Keep themselves safe.
And now to the man of the hour. Can someone get him a vodka with Metamucil? Blonde, great in-ring wrestler, great on the mic, a womanizer, 16-time champion, but enough about Kurt Hennig. Ric Flair has been paid millions and millions and millions of dollars by Vince McMahon, and he didn't have to fuck him.
Apparently, Maeda would go all over the world, and he would challenge people in circuses. That's where you fought. Dude, he was having MMA fights all over the world. He was famous. This is what Jean-Jacques told me. I think Kano was his master. Apparently, something like they didn't want him to take these fights in these circuses and stuff anymore. So